Ladies and gentlemen, I don't wait for money. I call it while I sleep. My wealth is not built by toil, but by truth spoken in silence. I plant my word before bed, and it bears fruit before dawn. You've tried working harder. Now it's time to rest and receive. In this 3-hour sleep meditation, I will speak the exact words that align your subconscious with wealth. You'll learn how to fall asleep in faith, not fear, and how to rewire your inner life while your conscious mind rests. If you've ever felt tired of struggle, worried about money, or unsure how to manifest, this message will show you a better way. I've used these words for decades, and they work while you sleep. You won't just relax, you'll attract. You won't just rest, you'll receive. You've gone to bed with your mind full of fear. You've tossed and turned, replaying bills, regrets, anxieties, and doubts. And what does it do? It soothes poverty while you sleep. But what if the opposite were true? What if your sleep became the most productive part of your day, not by effort, but by alignment? Most people don't know that the subconscious is wide open during those last minutes before sleep. And what you say in that sacred hour writes tomorrow's reality. You don't need more advice. You need a new atmosphere, a new rhythm, a new word. That's why I've made this message to speak wealth over you while you sleep and to plant truth so deeply that it cannot return void. Because when the word is spoken, even in your sleep, it does not rest, it works. In this video, I will speak over you the divine words that manifest wealth, release fear, and open the gates to large sums of money while you sleep. I'll guide your mind into rest, but I will not let your spirit go silent. I will speak prosperity over you, scripture-backed, law-aligned, and rhythmically designed to rewire your subconscious while you dream. You'll hear the exact affirmations that dissolve fear, build faith, and attract money in perfect ways. You'll experience rest and recreation because the sleep of the righteous is not just deep, it is wealthy. I will speak what most people are too afraid to say. I am rich now. I will declare large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. And I will do this while you rest. Stay until the very end. Don't drift off before you receive the master affirmation, the one that when spoken with faith has changed the lives of thousands. You'll wake up lighter, clearer, and richer in every sense. Sleep is no longer time lost. It's time claimed, it's time redeemed. And tonight, we redeem it for wealth. Here's something most people completely miss. The day doesn't end when you turn off the light. It ends when you stop letting it weigh on you. You may lie down, but if your mind is still racing with worry, guilt, regret, or fear, you've brought your burdens to bed with you, and they will climb into your dreams. You cannot receive new supply while you're still nursing the echoes of yesterday's lack. And so, before we speak the word of wealth, before we call money into being, before we command large sums to find us in sleep, we must first release the clutter of the day. We must unhook from the appearance of lack and shift into the vibration of trust. For manifestation cannot grow in a mind crowded with noise, and spirit does not shout, spirit whispers. And if your inner world is still thundering with doubt, you'll never hear the voice of your good. That's why I begin each night, not with strategy, not with effort, but with surrender. I lay the day down. I release the missteps, the missed calls, the missed payments. I place them in the hands of infinite spirit and say, you take this now. I let it go, for whatever is unresolved in the outer world is already being restructured in the invisible. I don't need to rehearse the problem. I need to remember the law. And the law says what is mine by divine right is already prepared. I do not chase it. I rest into it. You may have been thinking all day, striving, fixing, calculating. But right now, you enter a higher current. You enter the stream of effortless wealth. And the price of admission is surrender. So let's speak now, not from panic but from peace. Close your eyes. Let the breath slow down. Let the muscles fall open and say with me, I let go of today. I let go of control. I let go of the fear that nothing's working. I let go of the voice that tells me I'm behind. I let go of trying to figure it out. Pause here. Now breathe in as if you're drawing in golden light. Hold it and exhale slowly, releasing all tension. Again, breathe in peace. Exhale pressure. Now say, I am safe. I am rich. I am resting in grace. Again, I am safe. I am rich. I am resting in grace. Let it roll like a wave. I am safe. I am rich. I am resting in grace. Because wealth doesn't come to the mind that panics. It comes to the soul that trusts. Money responds not to effort but to vibration. And the richest vibration in the universe is peace. Let the day fall away. Let the noise grow quiet. Let the striving release its grip. You are no longer trying. You are receiving. You are no longer reaching. You are allowing. You are no longer hustling. You are harmonizing. And from this place, this soft, still sacred place, we now begin to draw wealth from the unseen. What I'm about to share might seem almost too simple, too quiet to be true. Yet, it is one of the most potent secrets of wealth. You don't have to chase money. You only have to become the magnet for it. And the most powerful magnets don't make noise. They don't beg. They don't broadcast. They don't strain. They rest. They radiate. They draw by vibration, not volume. And the greatest magnet of all is your subconscious mind. The part of you that never sleeps, never questions, never argues. It only accepts, it records, and it responds. When you sleep, you are not leaving the world. You are entering a deeper part of it. Your conscious mind might turn down the lights, but your inner world becomes more alive, more impressionable, more creative than at any other time. This is the hour when seeds are planted in silence, and they do not stay hidden for long. In the daytime, you speak with your lips, but at night, your feeling speaks for you, and the universe listens. That's why I do not go to bed with fear in my chest. I do not fall asleep rehearsing what went wrong. I do not drift off worrying about how it will all work out, because I know my feeling is my prayer. My vibration is my magnet, and the atmosphere I fall asleep in becomes the mold of my tomorrow. Let me tell you a story. A woman once came to me who was burdened by money trouble. Every night before bed, she would go over her expenses in her mind, look at her checkbook, and whisper, I never have enough. And sure enough, her next day would bring unexpected bills, missed payments, small losses, because her subconscious was simply obeying her command. I told her to stop all of that. I told her to speak only what she desired, not what she feared. I gave her one instruction. Before sleep, see yourself receiving. Imagine checks arriving in the mail. Picture the bank account full. Feel the joy of payment complete, of overflow in hand, and say nothing else. Just see it and feel it. She did. She began each night imagining herself opening envelopes, each one filled with a check. She saw her hands writing thank you notes. She felt the softness of new clothes, the warmth of paid bills, the sweetness of generosity. She fell asleep in that feeling, and within days, checks began arriving. Unexpected money, returns, reimbursements, gifts, surprises. She was shocked, but I was not. The law had responded to the silent magnet of her feeling. She had stopped broadcasting lack and started radiating wealth. She had spoken nothing, yet she had spoken everything. So, tonight, let's do the same. No more mental chatter. No more talking about what you don't have. No more telling God how bad it is. Let's become the magnet right now. Let the body rest. Let the muscles melt. Let the jaw unclench. Let the mind slow down. And now in this stillness, begin to feel it. The richness, the ease, the warmth of abundance flowing toward you. You don't have to see how, just feel that it's done. Imagine money flowing toward you like a river. Picture your home filled with ease. Picture yourself opening a wallet that is always full. Say nothing aloud if you wish, but know that the feeling is the prayer and it is already heard. Your subconscious is the soil. Your feeling is the seed, and sleep is the rain that nourishes it. You are not working tonight. You are receiving. You are not building wealth by sweat. You are building it by alignment. Say this now, not aloud but from within. I receive all the wealth that belongs to me. I attract it in silence. I draw it in sleep again. I receive all the wealth that belongs to me. I attract it in silence. I draw it in sleep. You are the magnet now. You are the signal. You are the receiver, and as you continue to rest, your wealth begins to move quietly, softly, without resistance, like iron to a magnet, like birds to the dawn, like rivers to the sea. What if I told you that your greatest demonstration doesn't begin with action, it begins with peace? That the very thing you are trying to force into form, money, opportunity, relief, provision, is not waiting on your effort but on your stillness. This next part changed everything for me, because I came to understand that the gate of wealth does not swing open through struggle. It opens through surrender. Peace is not passivity. Peace is power rightly ordered. Peace is alignment. Peace is magnetic. When you are at peace, you are no longer blocking your supply with fear. You are no longer delaying your good with mental noise. You are no longer arguing with reality or defending limitation or wrestling against time. You are open. You are available. You are ready to receive. That is the secret behind the law of non-resistance. To the world, non-resistance sounds like weakness. But in the invisible, non-resistance is the signal of spiritual strength. When I stop reacting, when I stop fighting what I see, when I stop trying to control every angle of how and when and who it is, then that the higher order of things can begin to unfold. Have you ever noticed that the biggest breakthroughs come not when you're forcing, but when you finally let go, you breathe, you surrender, and suddenly the answer shows up? That's because the gate opens when the tension drops. That's because peace is the atmosphere where provision can finally enter. There was a man who had been fighting a business situation for weeks. Doors were closing, partners were pulling away. He came to me frustrated, exhausted, and fearful. "I've tried everything," he said. "Nothing is working," I asked. "Have you tried doing nothing at all?" He looked puzzled. "I mean spiritually," I said. "Stop pushing. Stop panicking. Stop scrambling for a solution. Speak your word. Then be still." I gave him the affirmation. I now let go of struggle. I rest in divine timing. I rest in divine supply. He spoke it. He sat still. He stopped reacting to every email. He refused to respond in fear. And not long after, the perfect resolution unfolded better than he could have planned. The gate opened not through force, but through peace. That is the spirit we enter now. You have released the day. You have activated the magnet. And now we deepen the atmosphere with peace. Not the peace of the world, but the peace that passes understanding. Close your eyes. Let the breath become silk. Loosen your fingers. Drop the shoulders. No effort, no pushing, only peace. Say this with me slowly, as if each word were an opening in the sky. I rest in divine timing. I rest in divine supply. I do not force. I do not chase. I do not fear. I receive. Again, I rest in divine timing. I rest in divine supply. Breathe it in. I do not force. I do not chase. I do not fear. I receive. You see, the gate cannot be pushed open from the outside. It opens from within. When the vibration becomes still, when the heart becomes soft, when the mind yields to spirit, that is when the channel clears. That is when the answer enters. That is when the money begins to move, not through stress but through surrender. Let this be the rhythm of your breath. Now let this be the echo in your being as you drift. I rest and my wealth finds me. I rest and the door opens. I rest and the answer arrives. You've already done enough. You've already spoken the word. Now allow peace to do what force never could. For peace is the golden key and peace opens the gate. Here's the truth. Most never dare to believe, let alone speak. You are already rich. Not someday. Not after the debt is cleared. Not when the check comes. Not once you've proven your worthiness. You are rich now. You are rich by identity, not by condition. You are rich because you were born under divine law. And divine law never made a beggar. You are not trying to become rich. You are remembering that you are. And sleep is the perfect hour to remember. Because when the conscious mind quiets, when the daily self dissolves, when the striving falls away, you return to your original vibration. You return to truth. You return to the place within where riches were always present, waiting for you to speak them alive. Most people fall asleep rehearsing their lack. I need more money. I'm running out. I can't afford that. I hope it gets better. And then they wonder why nothing shifts. But I tell you, the law doesn't wait to hear a better story tomorrow. It records the story you tell yourself tonight. If you fall asleep as a pauper in thought, you wake up poorer in vibration. But if you fall asleep as one who is already wealthy, already full, already overflowing, then the world must rearrange itself to match your inner claim. So I do not lie in bed and say, I wish I had money. I lie in bed and say, I am the wealth of God made visible. I do not cry out for supply. I declare my wealth is here. It is moving now. I receive it with ease. And when I speak those words, not from desperation, but from identity, the law responds. The floodgates begin to open. Not because I asked well, but because I remembered rightly, you see. There is a divine design for your supply, a blueprint already written, a current of riches already flowing with your name upon it. The only thing that ever blocked it was the false idea that it wasn't yours yet. But the moment you say, I am already rich, everything changes. Not because money appears instantly on your pillow, but because your vibration aligns with the truth. And when vibration aligns, form must follow. That is the secret. That is the shift. And you are ready for it now. So let's lay down the old identity, the one that says you are waiting, hoping, lacking. Let's put on the truth before sleep, like a garment of light. Let's enter rest, not as one who begs, but as one who reigns. Say it with me now. Not as a wish, but as a fact. I am already rich. Again, slowly feeling the vibration beneath the words. I am already rich. Now breathe in and let the knowing settle deeper. I am aligned with endless wealth. I am the expression of divine abundance. My prosperity is here now. It is within me. It surrounds me. It moves through me. There is no need to wait, no need to fix, no need to plead. Just remember and speak. Because the moment you say, I am already rich, the universe says yes, and now it shall be made visible. Not later, not with conditions. Now let this be your final vibration before sleep. Let this be the frequency your subconscious records and replays through the night. Let these words write a new script on the walls of your mind. I am already rich. And so it is. This next part is not a metaphor. It is not theory. It is the very mechanism of how your world is shaped and your money is made. It is the truth beneath every appearance, the power behind every shift, the law behind every miracle. And it is this: what you speak becomes. That is why I do not waste words. I do not speak idly of lack. I do not say I can't afford that, or money is tight, or I don't know how I'll make it, because every word is a seed, and the subconscious is always listening. Always. It does not sleep. It does not judge. It does not argue. It simply receives, and what it receives it multiplies. That's why I say speak carefully. Speak deliberately. Speak as if your words are laws written in stone, because they are. The scripture says, my word shall not return unto me void. That is not poetry. That is physics. That is divine mechanics. The moment you speak something with belief, with repetition, with rhythm, your inner world rearranges, and your inner world is what the outer world obeys. If you speak from fear, you will see more to fear. If you speak from lack, you will receive more lack to describe. But if you speak wealth, if you declare out loud from the seat of your being that large sums of money come to you quickly and easily under grace in perfect ways, then wealth must obey. It cannot refuse. For the word goes forth and it does not come back empty. It creates the very thing it describes. Let me tell you of a woman who had every appearance of lack, overdue bills, job loss, uncertainty. She had 8 to her name and no promise of more. But she had the word, and I told her, use it. She began to declare, God is my supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. She said it when fear rose. She said it when doubt shouted. She said it when nothing in her world seemed to change. And then it did. A cousin she had not seen in years showed up and handed her exactly what she needed. Not because she earned it, not because she begged, but because she spoke it, and the law had no choice but to obey. You see, it is not the volume of your work, but the vibration of your word that determines your wealth. You can work hard and speak lack and poverty will remain. Or you can rest and speak wealth and riches will come, not because you wished, but because you declared. And that is what we do now. So quiet the chatter of logic, release the voice of worry, and speak. Let the words rise not as hope, but as decree. Say them with me slowly, rhythmically. Let each one imprint the fabric of your sleep. Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, endlessly, under grace, in perfect ways. Again, large sums of money come to me quickly and easily under grace in perfect ways. Let your voice carry the vibration of faith. Large sums of money come to me quickly and easily under grace in perfect ways. Let the words drop like stones into the well of your subconscious. Large sums of money come to me quickly and easily under grace in perfect ways. You are not begging. You are not hoping. You are not asking. You are declaring. You are commanding. You are aligning. And the law cannot help but respond. For what is spoken in faith must come. Not maybe, not eventually, but certainly. So sleep now, not in silence but in speech. Let your dreams echo the decree. Let the invisible begin shaping the visible. Let the word go forth and know that it will not return void. What I am about to say may unlock something you've been missing for years. Because many speak affirmations, many chant wealth into the air. Many declare with all their might, but still feel blocked, delayed, or drained by the very money they seek. And the reason is simple. They forget the most important phrase, in all demonstration under grace in perfect ways. Without grace, you may still manifest, but it will come with toil. Without grace, your riches may arrive through struggle, stress, or schemes that drain your spirit and disturb your peace. But when you add the sacred seal, when you declare that all wealth comes to you under grace, you invite a higher order, a divine arrangement, a flow of money that brings no sorrow with it. Grace is the unseen perfection that arranges everything better than you could plan. It bypasses the rules of men, the limits of logic, the calculations of time. It is the great elevator of the soul, lifting you into supply without the strain of stairs. Grace brings you what you need in the right amount at the right hour through the right person by the right door. No pushing, no begging, no manipulation, only alignment, only peace, only perfect timing. I have seen this again and again. A man came to me once who needed a large sum urgently. He was ready to borrow under terms that would have shackled him for years. But I told him, let Spirit handle it. Speak your word and add the phrase under grace in perfect ways. He was hesitant. He wanted to act, to control, to interfere. But finally, he surrendered. And not long after, the exact amount came not as a loan, but as a gift. No contract, no debt, just grace, just perfection. That is what I want for you. Not wealth through struggle, but wealth through grace. Not riches that arrive through anxiety, but riches that arrive through alignment. So now we reprogram the mind not just to receive, but to receive rightly. Not just to attract, but to attract what belongs to us cleanly, freely, and fully. Because anything forced must be maintained by force, but anything received under grace is sustained by grace. So let's plant this phrase in the deepest part of your subconscious. Now let it become the rhythm of your rest, the melody beneath your dreams. Under grace in perfect ways. Say it softly, under grace in perfect ways. Let it wrap around every other affirmation like a robe of light. All that is mine by divine right now comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Again, all that is mine by divine right now comes to me under grace in perfect ways. One more time. Large sums of money come to me quickly and easily under grace in perfect ways. Feel how the nervousness leaves when you add those words. Feel how the mind quiets. Feel how the pressure lifts because now you are not just trying to manifest. You are cooperating with law. You are no longer shouting your desire into chaos. You are placing your word into the flow of perfect timing, perfect method, perfect expression. And the best part, you don't have to know how it will happen. You don't have to map the route. You don't have to control the who, the where, the channel, because grace takes care of that. Grace is your divine scheduler. Grace is your invisible assistant. Grace is your wealth manager on the higher plane, and grace never fails. So sleep now with this knowing. I am no longer the beggar. I am the receiver. I am no longer chasing. I am attracting. All that is mine by divine right comes to me under grace in perfect ways. It comes quickly. It comes easily. It comes cleanly. It comes joyfully. It comes while I sleep. Let those words flow through your night like a current. Let them rinse the fear from your bones. Let them root deep in your subconscious. And when you rise, don't be surprised when money arrives by doors you never saw. Because you no longer manifest through force. You manifest under grace. Now, let me tell you something that most never dare to claim. Yet it is the very truth that changes everything the moment you believe it. And it is this: you are not a chaser of money. You are a magnet for it. Not someday, not if you prove yourself worthy, not if you perform the right spiritual rituals. But now, tonight, as you rest in this sacred silence, you are already a radiant point of attraction, pulling toward you every dollar that belongs to you by divine right. And you do not need to strain or push or plead, for what belongs to you comes with ease. What has your name on it cannot miss you. What you are aligned with must be drawn to you, and you align not by chasing but by declaring who you are. That is the secret. That is the switch. That is the transformation. You stop saying, "How can I get money?" and you start saying, "I am the kind of person money flows to." You stop begging the universe for more, and you start realizing that you are the source the universe flows through. And the more you identify with abundance, the more abundance identifies with you. That's why I say never describe yourself by your current bank balance. Never define yourself by temporary appearances. Don't say I'm broke. Don't say I can't afford. Don't even joke about poverty, for every word is a wand, and the word I am is the most powerful of all. Whatever follows I am becomes the mold the law must fill. So speak now, not from memory, but from truth, not from what you've seen, but from what is written in the invisible. Say it with me. I am an irresistible magnet. Again, I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Let it flow through you like a current. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. You are not trying to attract. You are already attracting. You are not hoping to be seen. You are already shining. You are not waiting for the call. The call is already coming because your vibration does not lie. Your frequency is your calling card. And tonight, your frequency is abundance. Your energy is prosperity. Your field is charged with the magnetic power of divine wealth. Do you remember how iron filings leap toward the magnet the moment it appears? That's how money moves toward the one who knows their worth. That's how opportunities fly into the orbit of the one who knows who they are. Not through manipulation, not through frantic effort, but through silent, confident vibration. That's how I've lived. That's how I've taught. And that's how you will live, too, from tonight forward. So, let this be your meditation now. Let it roll in your mind and anchor in your heart. I am an irresistible magnet for money. I draw riches from seen and unseen sources. I attract large sums in perfect timing. I am aligned with unlimited abundance. And say this with boldness, not a whisper, but a command. Everything that belongs to me comes to me now. I am the magnet. I am the channel. I am the word made manifest. Feel how your body responds. Feel how the atmosphere shifts. That is not imagination. That is law in motion. That is magnetism awakening. That is the river beginning to flow. And as you sleep, that magnet will keep drawing. Even when your conscious mind rests, the declaration keeps ringing. Even when your eyes close, the field expands because you have spoken it, and what is spoken in alignment cannot be stopped. You are the magnet and your good cannot escape you. There comes a moment when you've spoken your word. You've aligned your vibration. You've quieted the mind, and still the path isn't clear. You don't know where the money will come from. You don't know which door will open. You don't see the how, the when, the who. But that is not your part. That is not your burden. That is the work of the unseen. That is the domain of spirit, And it is in that moment, not of fear, but of release, that I speak one sentence more powerful than any plan, more potent than any strategy. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. You see, there is always a way prepared for you. A golden path, a thread of light, a divine detour that bypasses struggle and leads you straight into your demonstration. But the intellect can't see it. The ego can't force it. The human mind wants to plot and push and control. But Infinite Spirit moves through channels higher than reason, wider than logic, deeper than understanding. That's why I don't look for signs. I speak to Source. I don't chase solutions. I call on the one who already holds them. And the moment I say, Infinite Spirit, open the way, I take my hands off the wheel and let the law do what it was always designed to do. Deliver supply in perfect form through perfect timing by perfect means. There was once a young woman who longed to be on the stage, but every door was shut. Auditions led nowhere. Agents ignored her. Time passed. Doubt crept in. But she had learned this phrase, and she began to speak it nightly. Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right position. Let the divine design of my life manifest now. She said it not as a beggar but as a child of divine inheritance. She said it not once but daily, rhythmically with faith. And then without effort a role opened, one she had never applied for, one she had not even imagined. It was given to her freely, fully. The door opened not because she knocked, but because she declared it open. That is what I want for you. Not a forced opportunity, not a desperate attempt to claw your way to the top, but a clear, effortless unfolding. A path revealed, a door flung open, and all of it beginning with a single phrase spoken in faith. Infinite Spirit, open the way. Let's say it now. Say it not from strain, but from knowing. Infinite Spirit, open the way again. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Say it again, slower, softer, with the full weight of trust. Infinite Spirit, open the way for large sums of money to reach me now under grace in perfect ways. You don't have to figure it out. You don't have to hustle. You don't have to knock on every door. You simply speak and then you walk in peace because the way is already there. It's not being built, it's being revealed. And when your word aligns with Spirit, the veil lifts, the obstacles dissolve, and the next step appears. You will hear the phone call. You will meet the right person. You will feel the nudge. You will know because you ask not from fear but from dominion. So let this phrase echo through your subconscious tonight. Let it be the thread Spirit follows to guide you in your sleep. Infinite Spirit, open the way. Infinite Spirit, open the way. Let every block be dissolved. Let every door be opened. Let my supply arrive now and then rest. Because it is done. Because the way is open. Because Spirit never fails. This next truth will break chains you didn't even know you were dragging behind you. For so long, you've been told directly and indirectly that money is the master, that it decides who gets what, when, and how much. You've been taught that money is the power and you are the servant, and that your job is to earn it, chase it, serve it, and prove yourself worthy of it. But that is a lie. It is a reversal of the truth. Money is not your master. Money is your servant. Money was created to respond to you, not to rule over you. It is not your owner. It is your tool. It is not your ruler. It is your instrument. It does not lead you, lead. It does not command you, command. And until you flip this relationship, until you dethrone money and take your place upon the throne of spiritual dominion, you will remain beneath what you were meant to rise above. You see, money is substance. Yes, but it is neutral. It does not think, feel, or judge. It only obeys. It flows where it is welcomed. It increases where it is respected. It multiplies where it is commanded with love and clarity and spiritual precision. But if you fear it, you repel it. If you resent it, you block it. If you serve it, you remain beneath it. You must rise. You must reclaim your position. You must look at money and say, not with arrogance, but with alignment, you are mine. You serve me. You go where I send you. That's why I never say I need money. I say money is mine now. I never say I can't afford that. I say the money for this comes easily under grace in perfect ways. I never say I'm afraid I'll run out. I say money flows to me endlessly and multiplies as it goes. Because every word you speak to money trains it. Every word you declare either puts you on the throne or places money back on it. And tonight we reverse the old pattern. Tonight we tell money where to go, how to behave, and how to bless. We remove it from the pedestal of fear and return it to its rightful place in service to your spirit. Now say this with me slowly, boldly as one who knows they are in command. Money is my servant. Again, money is my servant. It obeys my word. Let the rhythm build. Money serves me with joy. It flows to me with ease. I do not serve money. Money serves the vision spirit placed in me. Pause. Breathe in that authority. Let it settle. Let it anchor. Do you see it now? You were never meant to chase it. You were never meant to fight for it. You were never meant to sacrifice your peace to gain it. Money is not your master. Money is your mirror. It reflects your beliefs, echoes your words, and follows your energy. When you bow to it, it eludes you. But when you rise in spirit, when you take your rightful place in truth, money bows to you. So tonight, let your subconscious remember this law. You are the speaker. You are the image of God. You are the vessel through which wealth is directed. And money is simply the obedient substance that follows your decree. Say it again now with the full weight of faith. Money is my servant. Money obeys me. Money multiplies under my word. I send it forth and it returns to me increased and blessed. And now sleep not as one who is under money, but as one who stands over it in grace, with peace, with joy. Let this declaration be the tone of your dreams. Money is my servant, and it does my will. Now we come to the final turning point in this sacred unfolding. The moment when what was once invisible must now become visible, when what was once spiritual must now become material, when what was once declared in faith must now appear in form. You've spoken the word. You've declared yourself the magnet. You've called money your servant. You've surrendered to grace. And now, in this quiet hour before sleep overtakes you fully, we bring it all together in one radiant truth. Your perfect supply is not on the way. It is here. It is not hidden. It is being revealed. It is not delayed. It is already present in the field of the unseen, awaiting only your recognition. The reason most people remain in lack is not because their supply does not exist. It is because they have not claimed it. They are waiting for the external to change before they believe, rather than knowing that the internal change is the cause of all external movement. But I tell you now, the law does not move because of what you see. It moves because of what you declare. It responds not to appearances but to authority. And when you say, "My perfect supply is now visible," you tear down the veil between the invisible and the seen. You dissolve delay, you demolish doubt. You remove time from the equation and step into eternity where all things already exist, already yours, already done. You see, the divine mind has already finished your creation. It is not scrambling to provide for you. It is not figuring it out. It has already written the blueprint, already built the door, already prepared the funds, already set the table. The only thing it waits on is your alignment, your declaration, your seeing. You must speak as if the money is here. You must walk as if the account is full. You must breathe as if every bill is paid and every need met. Not because you are faking it, but because you are faking it, because you know that the seen is only a shadow of what is first spoken. I remember a woman who needed to move, but she had no money, no housing approval, no visible means, and yet she dared to declare, "My perfect home is now revealed to me. I do not need to find it, it finds me." She repeated it like a melody. She thanked God for it in advance. She packed her things in expectation before anything showed up. And one morning, out of nowhere, a friend called and said, "I found a place that feels like it was meant for you." It was. The door opened and everything fell into place, not by chance but by law. She had made the invisible visible by her word. That is what you do now. You do not speak from someday. You do not pray from longing. You declare from now. So let's speak it together as one voice, one rhythm, one vibration. My perfect supply is now visible again. My perfect supply is now visible. It appears quickly, easily, and abundantly again. All that is mine by divine right appears now. No delay, no doubt, no fear. Breathe that in. Feel the cells of your body relax. Feel the mind quiet. Feel the heart soften into certainty. Now say, I give thanks for the money already on its way. I give thanks for the income already assigned to me. I give thanks for the wealth that is now made visible under grace in perfect ways. This is not imagination, this is not hope, this is law, and law never fails. So as your breath deepens and your eyes begin to close, let this be the final command sent to your subconscious tonight. What is mine by divine right is now visible. I see it, I claim it, I walk in it, and it is done. It is done. Now that the word has been spoken, now that the command has been given, now that the vibration of wealth has been set in motion, you must do what feels most unnatural to the anxious mind and most powerful to the soul anchored in truth. You must rest, not just lie down, not just close your eyes, but rest fully, deeply, spiritually. For what you just declared has gone out into the field of creation, and it is already at work. The word does not sleep. Even when you do, it travels, it constructs, it magnetizes, it arranges, it touches unseen forces and sets them in motion. And while your conscious mind lets go, your subconscious continues to carry that word like a sacred seed planted in fertile soil. The seed does not need your worry. The seed does not need your panic. The seed only needs stillness, darkness, silence, sleep. And here's the secret: the word always works. It never fails. It cannot fail, for it is charged with the authority of divine law. It is aligned with the very structure of the universe. It is the blueprint of form, the mold of matter, the vibration that becomes visible. So now that you've spoken, you do not have to speak again in fear. You do not have to repeat yourself in panic. You do not have to go back and edit the decree. You only have to hold the vibration. And the vibration of faith is not force. It is rest. It is trust. It is the knowing that what you have said in alignment with spirit is already on its way. I say this often: you do not plant a seed and then dig it up each day to check if it's growing. You plant it, you water it, and then you walk away knowing that something is happening beneath the surface. So let it be with your word. You have planted it in the soil of the subconscious. You have watered it with affirmation. And now you walk away not in neglect but in confidence. The word is at work. It is shaping the seen from the unseen. It is calling your wealth into form, and it will not stop. It will not fail. It will not forget. Say this softly with me now, like a lullaby for your soul. It is done. The word works while I sleep. My demonstration is in motion, and I rest in divine completion. Let your breath match the rhythm of your trust. Let your body relax as if everything has already been handled. Let your heart loosen its grip, because you are no longer carrying this. You have spoken, and now the word carries it for you. Say it again, slower this time. The word works while I sleep. Again, I do not chase, I allow. I do not beg, I believe. I do not fear, I rest. You are safe now. You are supported now. You are surrounded now by invisible currents pulling your good toward you. Every declaration you made has been received. Every affirmation you whispered is now a vibration being broadcast through every layer of creation. You do not need to repeat yourself like one who doubts. You need only to lie back like one who knows. Tonight the work is no longer yours. Tonight the silence carries the signal. Tonight the law moves without effort. Tonight the word works while you sleep. So sleep in peace and know that you are not alone. Your word has gone before you, and it will return with increase always. There is a stillness that is not emptiness. It is authority. There is a silence that is not absence. It is presence in its highest form. And there is a peace so deep, so rooted, so certain that it no longer needs to speak, because it already knows. It is written in the Psalms, "Be still and know that I am God." That is not a suggestion for quiet meditation. It is a divine command to release the reins of worry, to cease from mental struggle, and to step fully into the vibration of spiritual certainty. To be still is not to do nothing. It is to do the highest thing. To trust without needing to prove, to rest without needing to perform, to know without needing to see. And in this stillness, manifestation accelerates. The conscious mind craves movement. It wants to help, to calculate, to interfere, to check if the demonstration is working. But the subconscious, the part of you that shapes reality, needs stillness. It needs a clear field. It needs a calm surface where the image of truth can be impressed without distortion. If you keep disturbing the waters with doubt, the reflection will ripple and your manifestation will blur. But if you let the water go still, if you surrender the impulse to meddle, to question, to control, then the image is clear, the word is received, the vibration is pure, and what is formed in the silence becomes visible in time. You do not need to make the money come. You do not need to figure out the method. You do not need to orchestrate the outcome. Your job is to be still and know. Know that the word has gone forth. Know that your good is coming on invisible tracks. Know that the moment you believed it began. Even now as you lie here and rest, things are shifting. Calls are being made. Accounts are being credited. Doors are being opened. Supply is being arranged, not by your effort, but by your knowing. So lie still now. Let the shoulders drop. Let the spine melt into the bed. Let the breath become soft and steady. No more striving. No more questions. No more thoughts racing like they hold the answer. The answer is already here. You have spoken it. You have declared it. And now you receive it not with noise, but with stillness. Say this gently with me like a breeze passing through a quiet room. I am still. I am safe. I am supplied. Again I am still. I am safe. I am supplied. Let your inner being settle. Let your heart beat in rhythm with peace. Let every cell of your body remember that you are held, supported, and prospered. You are not in lack. You are not uncertain. You are not behind. You are in alignment. You are in timing. You are in the divine flow of riches. Say it again, this time as a decree carved in silence. Be still and know. Be still and know that my supply is here. Be still and know that I am one with God and God is my unfailing source. You do not need more affirmation tonight. You need absorption. You need stillness. You need to drift into sleep, not chasing but trusting, not commanding but knowing. The word has already been spoken. The law has already been activated. And now, like the stars that shine without struggle, like the tide that moves without strain, like the breath that comes without thought, you rest. You surrender, you receive, because in stillness, everything you've asked for is delivered. In stillness, the invisible becomes form. In stillness, you may not hear it, you may not see it, but right now, beneath the surface of things, your supply is already on the move. While you rest, while you release, while you lie in this silence between thought and dream, the forces of the unseen are aligning themselves on your behalf. Supply does not need a parade. It does not announce itself with noise or drama. It does not always come through headlines or heavy footsteps. No, your good comes like the dawn, sure, soft, silent. It does not shout, and yet it arrives with power. It does not argue, and yet it rearranges everything. The most powerful demonstrations come this way, not through chaos but through calm. Not through battle but through breath. Because the law of supply does not depend on effort. It depends on alignment. And once you are aligned, once your word has been planted and your faith has taken root, the only thing left to do is allow. Think of the seed buried deep in the soil. It does not scream its way to the surface. It does not tremble with doubt or dig itself up to see if it's growing. It rests in darkness. It expands in silence, and one day, without warning, a green shoot pierces the surface and the world sees what was always becoming. That is your demonstration. That is your money. That is your opportunity. It is already growing. It is already moving. It is already on its way to you in silence. And the louder the world becomes, the more you must trust that what's real doesn't need to shout. What's real doesn't need to prove itself. What's real unfolds quietly with grace. I have known people who nearly gave up on their supply because they couldn't see a sign. They confused silence with absence. But the law is never absent. It is always active, always responding, always rearranging the invisible to match the vibration of your word. I've seen it again and again. A man speaks his word, "Let's go," and days later a forgotten investment pays out, or a call comes from a friend, or a debt is forgiven. Not because he tracked it down, not because he stressed, but because he trusted the silence. He knew supply is not delayed. It is simply on the move in places I cannot yet see. So tonight, you rest not in emptiness, but in motion. You lie back, not in doubt, but in the deep knowing that your supply is already traveling to you. It may be weaving through conversations. It may be unlocking in someone else's heart. It may be rerouting itself from a blocked door to a better one. But it is moving quietly, softly, unfailingly. Say this now with me, not loudly, but with the sacred whisper of one who understands. My supply moves in silence. I do not need to see it. I only need to know it. All that is mine is already finding me through paths of peace. Let this be your lullaby. My supply moves in silence. My wealth flows to me in quiet, perfect ways. What is mine cannot be lost. What is mine cannot be missed. What is mine comes to me now under grace in perfect ways. And now breathe. Breathe as if the entire universe is exhaling through you. Breathe as if your body is an instrument of peace. Breathe as if each inhale carries the current of abundance, because it does. No more waiting. No more watching the door. No more asking, "Is it coming?" It is already here. You may not see it yet, but it is in motion. You may not hear it yet, but it is humming beneath the surface. You may not touch it yet, but soon, so soon, you will. And when it comes, you'll smile because you'll remember this moment, this silence, this night. You'll say, "Of course, it was already moving. Now rest." Because the supply has already begun its journey, and your job is complete. Now, beloved, we come to the holy hush, the sacred descent into the deepest rest, not just of the body, but of the soul. You have spoken the word. You have released the day. You have declared your wealth, your magnetism, your alignment, your perfect supply. You have surrendered the need to chase, fix, or force. You have trusted the silence. You have embraced the unseen. And now there is nothing left to do but enter the final gate, sleep in divine assurance. This is not ordinary sleep. This is not the kind of sleep that merely quiets the nerves or rests the muscles. This is the sleep of spiritual completion, the sleep of a soul that knows beyond the reach of thought that its word has been heard. Its decree has been stamped in the invisible, and its wealth is already on the way. This is the sleep of the sower who has planted good seed in rich soil, watered it with faith, spoken over it with power, and now walks away not in fear but in knowing. The sleep of one who no longer bargains with the night, who no longer replays the lack or rehearses the need, but who lies down with a full spirit and an open hand and says, "It is done. I am provided for. I am sustained. I am prospered, and I rest." For this is the true vibration of demonstration, not panic, not effort, but rest. This is what the old mystics knew, that while the world sleeps to escape, the awakened sleep to create. The subconscious is most fertile in these final moments, before sleep overtakes the mind. And what you carry into this sleep will echo through the corridors of the unseen, shaping your tomorrows without your conscious effort. So now let your breath become the lullaby. Let your body melt into the bed like a cloud returning to sky. Let your hands fall open in surrender. Let your jaw release, your forehead soften, and let the words I now speak wrap around you like a blanket of light. Say this with me in a whisper. From your belly, from your bones, I now sleep in divine assurance. Again, I now sleep in divine assurance. I am safe. I am wealthy. I am held again. My word is working. My good is coming. My supply is certain. No more watching the clock. No more thinking about how. No more needing signs or proof. You are the sign. You are the proof. You are the living magnet of all that is good. And now your job is to receive, not in motion but in stillness. Not in thought but in trust. Not in striving but in sleep. Now let me speak over you. You don't need to say anything. Just listen. Just receive. Large sums of money come to you quickly, easily, and endlessly. You are aligned with divine supply. You are an irresistible magnet for every dollar, every door, every divine opportunity. You are supported, protected, and prospered even now as you sleep. Yes, even now, especially now. For while others toss and turn in fear, you rest in faith. While others worry, you worship. While others stress, you surrender. And in that surrender, heaven moves. So sleep now under the wings of grace. Sleep now, knowing the angels of provision are at work. Sleep now, wrapped in the vibration of truth. Sleep now in divine assurance. And when you wake, oh beloved, when you wake, you will rise with clarity, with certainty, with an invisible shift in your field. You will feel it before you see it. You will know it before you touch it. And soon, very soon, the wealth you called in this sacred hour will make itself known. But for now, sleep, not just to rest, but to receive. Now we begin the most sacred portion of the night, the ritual that seals the word into the deepest folds of the subconscious where no fear can uproot it, no doubt can delay it, no appearance can contradict it. You have prepared the soil. You have quieted the mind. You have laid down the burdens of the day and stepped into stillness. Now we engrave the truth with rhythm, with sound, with sacred repetition, not as a chant to persuade the universe, but as a spiritual decree that reminds the universe who you are. This is not positive thinking. This is not wishful dreaming. This is divine law spoken aloud, and when spoken with faith, with rhythm, with embodiment, the word becomes a spiritual spell, not in the sense of superstition or force, but in the highest sense, a vibration that reshapes reality. Every time you repeat an affirmation with belief, you create a groove in the subconscious, and the subconscious, once impressed, cannot help but express. So we do not rush this. We do not mumble. We do not multitask. We speak with reverence. We speak with rhythm. We speak like royalty who knows the decree has already been passed. You do not need to beg your good into being. You only need to speak as if it's already yours because it is. The law was never slow. It was only waiting on your full alignment. So now in this slow, soft space, I give you the master affirmation. It is the sum of all demonstration. It is the golden sentence that carries every law within it. And I ask you not just to hear it, but to say it with me, not as a task, but as a trance. Let the voice become breath. Let the breath become power. Let the power become presence. Let it move through every cell of your body, through the current of your mind, through the atmosphere of your room. Let the word take root and reshape your field from within. Say it with me. I give thanks. Pause, feel it. Gratitude before the proof that large sums of money. Let the phrase expand in your body. Come to me. You are not chasing, it comes to you quickly, without delay, easily, without strain, and endlessly without limit under grace. Protected, perfect, pure in perfect ways. Again, this time with breath and rhythm, I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. Once more, like a river flowing downstream, effortless and clear, I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. Now say this: I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Again, I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Feel how the body begins to surrender. Feel how the room seems to shift. That is not imagination. That is energy aligning with truth. That is the spell activating. That is heaven responding to the sound of spiritual certainty. You see, this affirmation is not just a sentence. It is a current, a pulse, a frequency. And when you speak it from rest, from love, from trust, it doesn't just hang in the air. It moves substance. It causes invisible things to arrange. It causes visible things to shift. It opens doors. It accelerates timing. It prepares the supply. It reshapes your field so that wealth has no choice but to come. Not because you shouted loud enough, but because you were clear enough, certain enough, still enough. Say it again now. Not like someone asking, but like someone remembering. I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Now breathe. Let the sound dissolve into stillness. Let the affirmation echo through the subconscious. Let the groove deepen, and as you slip into sleep, let this be the rhythm your soul sings. Large sums of money quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. You have spoken the word. You have declared the truth. You have said it like a spell. And now it must become your world. Now that the word has been spoken, now that the rhythm has been released into the atmosphere, we move into the next layer of power, the invisible paintbrush of the soul, the holy projector of the subconscious. Vision. For to speak is to sow, but to visualize is to water, to nourish, to make the roots take hold. And when the word is paired with the image, when the affirmation is draped in the fabric of sight and feeling, the subconscious cannot resist. It must accept, it must believe, it must create. The imagination is not fantasy. It is preview. It is the sketch before the sculpt. It is the blueprint before the building. And when you see something vividly, when you add feeling to that image, you are sending a message to the law. This is what I am aligned with. This is what I accept. This is what I am ready to receive. Most people use their imagination destructively. They imagine unpaid bills. They imagine being rejected. They imagine things going wrong and the law neutral, faithful, precise response. But you, beloved, are learning the better way. You are learning to imagine riches, wholeness, peace, and overflow. You are learning to shape the unseen, not with fear, but with faith. And now in this hour of rest, when the conscious mind softens and the subconscious opens wide, I invite you to see your wealth as if it were already here. Not with desperation, but with deep ease. Not with striving, but with sacred knowing. Not to make it happen, but because it has already begun. Close your eyes now if they're not already closed. Let the breath be slow, steady, gentle, and begin to imagine not the future, but the now. See yourself opening an envelope. Inside it a check not for survival, but for surplus. See the amount. Let it be bold. Let it be joyful. See your name on it. See the bank logo. Feel the weight of it in your hands. See yourself laughing as you hold it. See yourself saying, "Of course, it came just like I spoke." Now see yourself walking into your favorite store or opening your banking app or holding crisp bills in your hands. Smell the money. Hear it counting. Feel it landing in your palm, in your pocket, in your purse. Let the image be clear. Let it be delicious. Let it be sacred. Now, as you hold that image, speak the affirmation. Pair the sight with the sound. Merge the image with the word. Say it gently with me. I give thanks that large sums of money come to me. Hold the check quickly, easily, and endlessly. See your bank account light up under grace in perfect ways. Feel the calm joy rise in your chest. Again, I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. Let the words carry the vision. Let the vision fuel the words. Let the subconscious receive both as truth. You are not pretending. You are not playing. You are planting. You are programming. You are painting the new reality on the canvas of creation. And now see it again. See the money arriving from unexpected places. See the direct deposit. See the surprise refund. See the stranger who blesses you. See the client who says yes. See the numbers rising. See the gifts arriving. See the mailbox full. See the transactions flowing. Not from pressure, not from manipulation, but from grace. From alignment, from truth. Say it again. This time letting the image unfold before you like a movie. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. My supply is now visible. My wealth is now flowing. My good is now here. Let your breath rise and fall with ease. Let the body float in this vibration of having. Let the mind rest in the knowing that what you see within must appear without. It is law. It is rhythm. It is real. So tonight you speak and you see. You affirm and you envision. You declare and you feel. And in the mingling of sound and sight, of word and image, your world is reborn, not someday. Now we have spoken the word, we have seen the vision, and now, dearest one, we do what most never think to do. We root it, we anchor it, we take this holy vibration, and we drive it so deep into the soil of the subconscious that nothing can dig it up. Not fear, not time, not appearance, not resistance. Because until the word becomes subconscious, it remains only intention. Until the vibration moves from your lips into your very bones, it remains just potential. But when the word takes root beneath thought, beneath memory, beneath emotion, it becomes law. And once the word becomes law, your reality must obey. Your subconscious is always listening. It hears what your conscious mind forgets. It records what you mutter in passing. It believes what is repeated with feeling. And so now we speak again, but softer. We speak again, but slower. We speak again not to persuade, but to plant. Like a seed dropped into still water, we let these words ripple through your soul. This is not performance. This is programming. This is the sacred recoding of your inner world so that every part of you says yes to wealth. Not just your thoughts, but your cells, your breath, your blood, your dreams. So we whisper now. We return to the affirmation, but in a way the subconscious craves, gently, rhythmically, like a lullaby sung by the divine to the child of light. Whisper with me now. I give thanks. Feel the gratitude rise from your belly, that large sums of money. Let the vibration enter the body. Come to me. Let it settle in the chest quickly, no delay, easily, no strain and endlessly. No limit, under grace, protected, guided, gentle, in perfect ways, exactly as it should, again but slower. I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. Was a reed. Now just breathe. Let the silence absorb it. Now say it again, even softer, barely a whisper. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Let the words fade into breath. Let the breath become the message. Let the message become the atmosphere of your being. This is how we anchor the word. Not with shouting, not with effort, but with repetition and rest, with certainty and softness. The subconscious does not respond to volume, it responds to frequency. And frequency is set through rhythm. So now let the affirmation pulse within you, not as something to say, but as something to become. As you drift deeper into sleep, you don't need to keep repeating aloud. You only need to let the echo linger. Let the inner sound continue without sound. Let the groove carry you. Let it be as natural as breath. Now as soft as the heartbeat. I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. And as you drift into the deepest rest, say only this: it is done. It is anchored. It is working. You have not only spoken the word, you have not only seen the vision, you have now planted it beneath the soil of sleep. And by morning, the roots will already be growing. There is a sacred threshold the soul must cross, not once but night after night, between repetition and revelation, between saying the words and becoming the words, between practicing the truth and embodying the truth. And it is crossed not by force, not by speed, but by repetition steeped in faith. You do not repeat the word to inform the universe. You repeat it to transform you. You say it again and again, not because God didn't hear it the first time, but because your own subconscious must hear it, until it can no longer forget, until it is no longer a sentence on your lips, but a pulse in your bloodstream, until the phrase is no longer something you say to shift your mindset, but the frequency you live in, the atmosphere you breathe, the truth you radiate without effort. And so we stay with the affirmation not as a task, but as a trance, not as work, but as worship. We do not rush it. We do not try to get it over with. We repeat until we believe. And then we repeat once more, not because we doubt, but because we now delight. For when you believe, the words become nectar, they become nourishment, they become home. Listen to me. The law does not respond to repetition alone. It responds to repetition infused with conviction. And the more you say it, the more conviction rises, not through logic, but through resonance. You feel it in your chest. You feel it in your breath. You feel it in your bones. And when the belief drops, not just in your mind, but in your whole being, that is when your reality begins to bend. That is when form starts shifting to match your vibration. That is when supply can no longer be held back. So now we begin again, but this time not as a learner, not as a beginner, but as a knower, a receiver, a spiritual authority. Say it now. Slowly, with presence, with weight, I give thanks. Feel it not as a wish but as a fact, that large sums of money. Let the words pour through you like light. Come to me. They come, they always come. Quickly, swiftly, like wind, easily, smoothly, without obstruction and endlessly. A stream that never dries under grace. Safe, divine in perfect ways. Better than you imagined. Now breathe, let the vibration rest. Then say it again. No hurry, no tension, just truth. I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. And again, slow or still, like a lullaby sent to the cells of your body, I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. Let the repetition become rhythm. Let the rhythm become breath. Let the breath become belief. And now say this. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Once more. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Say it until your body knows it. Say it until your energy agrees with it. Say it until the old identity can no longer hold on. Say it until you become the word itself. You are not repeating out of doubt. You are repeating out of devotion. Because every word repeated with faith is a nail driven into the structure of your new life, and with every repetition, the foundation gets stronger, and the demonstration gets closer, and the vibration gets clearer, and the substance begins to move. So as you drift now, let the affirmation roll like a tide. Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. I'm guised to seas of the grage completed. Repeat until you believe. Repeat until there is nothing else left but belief. Repeat until you sleep, and let the word work while you rest. It is done. It is done. Now you've spoken the word. You've painted the vision. You've sealed the vibration in breath, and in whisper, and in rhythm. You've repeated it until the noise of the world fell away, until only truth remained. And now, my beloved soul, you rest. Not rest as escape, not rest as resignation, but rest as fulfillment. You rest as one who has already received. You rest as one who walks no longer in desire, but in demonstration. You rest not hoping, but knowing, not striving, but abiding. For the work is done. The word is planted. The law is activated. And your wealth is already on the way. It does not need your effort now. It needs only your permission to arrive gently. And that permission is given through rest. True rest is spiritual agreement. It says to the universe, I believe so deeply in my supply. I can sleep through the process. I do not need to pace the floor. I do not need to scroll through doubts. I do not need to ask again, because I know how the law works, and I trust what I have spoken. I trust what I have seen. I trust what I have felt, so I rest not in delay but in delivery. I rest not waiting, I rest receiving, and this rest is not passive. It is creative. It is magnetic. It is the final act of faith. For only one who knows their wealth is secure can lie down in peace and allow it to come. So now let your body become the altar of peace. Let the breath be the incense of certainty. Let the bed hold you as the universe begins to rearrange all things on your behalf. Let silence settle like a warm blanket across your spirit, and as your outer senses fade, your inner world expands. You are not slipping into unconsciousness. You are rising into perfect agreement with the divine. You are stepping into the place beyond time where your wealth is already formed, and all that remains is its arrival. Now breathe with me. Inhale through your nose deeply. Let the breath travel all the way down into the belly. Hold, and now exhale through the mouth. Let go again. Inhale wealth. Hold, exhale resistance. Inhale divine supply. Hold, exhale fear, lack, worry, doubt. Let the breath guide you deeper. Now you are descending into the sacred vault of the subconscious, where your word lives, where your wealth is forming, where your vibration is rewriting the script of your life. And as you rest here, I speak these final words over you. Let them float through your mind like feathers. Let them drift with you into dream. Let them become the music of your inner temple. You are rich now. You are provided for now. You are supported by the unseen, sustained by grace, prospered without effort. Money loves you. Money flows to you. Money obeys your word. Everything you desire is already on the way. You do not have to go get it. It is coming to get you. Say this with me one final time, not as a command, but as a completion. I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and endlessly under grace in perfect ways. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Now say nothing. Let silence take over. Let spirit speak through your stillness. Let your very breath become the evidence that all is well. Rest now not as one who is waiting, but as one who has already received. And now, beloved, we come to the end. Not of the promise, but of the night, not of the journey, but of the asking. For everything that needed to be spoken has been spoken. Everything that needed to be impressed upon your soul has been engraved. The word has been sent out like a carrier, dove soft, unseen, but certain, and it will return with what you have asked for in perfect time, in perfect form, in perfect ways. Nothing was left out. Nothing was missed. Nothing was overlooked by the law. You have spoken with power. You have imagined with feeling. You have repeated with rhythm. You have believed with rest. And now all of heaven is responding. Not later, not someday, not when you've proven yourself, but now because you dared to speak in faith and lie down and trust. You are no longer the same person who began this night. You are no longer bound to the old beliefs, the old fears, the old agreements of lack. You have shed that. You have dissolved that. You have stepped into a new atmosphere, a new consciousness, a new current. And your finances, your body, your relationships, your future, they are already responding to the new vibration you've set in motion. You do not need to figure out how. That is not your part. Your part was to align. And you have done it. You have done it fully, completely, reverently. So now I speak a final blessing over you. Let it roll over your spirit like oil. Let it soak into your mind like rain on thirsty ground. Let it move through you like light filling a dark room. You are wealthy. You are safe. You are sourced by the infinite. You are one with divine supply. You do not lack. You cannot lack. The gates are open. The channels are clear. The word is alive in you. And everything you need is already moving in your direction right now through paths seen and unseen. The delays are over. The drought is over. The resistance is over. You are now aligned with overflow, with more than enough, with avalanches of abundance, with grace upon grace upon grace. And here in the stillness between worlds, in the soft hush before dawn, I give you one final affirmation. Let it be the last word you hear tonight. The word that follows you into sleep and rises with you in the morning. I sleep now in divine wealth. I rise rich. I walk in abundance. I live as the word fulfilled. Say it again. I sleep now in divine wealth. Let the body melt into that. I rise rich. Say it not as hope but as fact. I walk in abundance. Feel the future adjust to meet you. I live as the word fulfilled. No longer asking, now embodying. No longer speaking from absence, now radiating presence. So sleep, beloved, not just to rest but to receive. Sleep like one who has already been answered. Sleep like one who carries no worry, no striving, no burden. Sleep as one who is rich now because you are. And when you rise, rise in rhythm with the truth. Speak again, walk again. Declare again because now you know. Now you have felt it. Now you have become it. Your demonstration is certain. Your supply is flowing. And your word has gone before you, preparing the way. Sleep now. In wealth, in peace, in truth, and in power. 3 words can turn a piece of paper into a key that opens treasure. I do not speak of luck, I speak of law. And if you dare to say them before you hold your ticket, you will see what the world calls chance bow to divine certainty. In this teaching, I will unfold the difference between hope and faith, chance and law. You will learn why idle speech attracts loss, and why the right words spoken at the right moment commands supply. I will give you case stories of those who spoke their decree and watched unexpected money arrive. You will learn how to guard your mind from fear, how to use grace to protect your winnings, and how to place gratitude on every sum so it multiplies. And before we close, you will know exactly what 3 words to speak before you touch a lottery ticket. Words that change your odds. Words that align you with the unfailing supply of God. Here's something most people completely miss. They think money comes by luck. They think life changes by chance. They think if they can just guess the right number, if they can just scratch the right card, if they can just happen upon the right day, everything will suddenly turn. And so they live in the worship of chance, bowing down before a false god that never delivers. For luck is blind, luck is deaf, luck is dumb, luck has no law behind it. And whatever has no law behind it cannot stand. You may win once by luck, but you will lose 1,000 times more. For luck cannot be trusted. Luck is a liar, and those who depend on it wake up poor, discouraged, and bound by fear. Do you see the pattern? A man buys his ticket and says, "I hope I win." He is already preparing for defeat. His words are suing failure before the numbers are even drawn. His subconscious hears him say, "I hope," and it replies, "Then you do not expect." If you do not expect, then you do not believe. If you do not believe, then you do not receive. Hope without faith is only a wish, and wishes are weak things. They float in the air, but they do not root in the soil. And what happens when a man keeps repeating these hopeless words? He reaps exactly what he has planted. He spends his money on tickets, but he plants his words in defeat. He goes to bed saying, "I never win. I never get lucky." And the subconscious makes it law, delivering the harvest of his own lips. I have known men who prepared speeches for their failure, rehearsing what they would say when they lost. I have known women who bought tickets, but said in the same breath, "It never works for me." And they were right. Not because fate cursed them, but because their own word condemned them. That's why I say relying on luck is like planting seed on the stone. It looks like something may sprout, but the ground is barren and the seed dies. No matter how many times you scatter, the soil gives you nothing. And yet the crowd runs after luck, buying, clutching, begging, hoping, while law stands beside them, ignored. Waiting to serve them. Law is exact, law is sure, law is unfailing, but luck is only a mirage. Now, let me ask you, have you ever noticed that the ones who cry the loudest about never winning are the ones who always speak of loss? They tell you before they scratch, "I know I won't win." They tell you before the numbers are drawn, "It's just for fun, but I never get picked." They are making a law with their own tongue, and law does not argue. Law obeys, and so it is done unto them exactly as they believe, exactly as they speak. This is why most people remain in the same cycle. They are sowing the wrong seed and expecting a right harvest. They are planting words of lack and waiting for fruit of abundance. They are filling their subconscious with defeat and expecting victory. And when it doesn't come, they say it's just bad luck. No, my friend, it is not luck, it is law. So I tell you, stop trusting luck. Stop clutching tickets with fear. Stop speaking hope as if it were faith. Luck will fail you every time, but the word never fails. The difference between those who lose and those who win is not the paper in their hand, but the word on their lips. And if you learn this law, you can step out of the crowd of losers and into the few who walk in demonstration. What I am about to share may sound too simple for the reasoning mind, and yet it is the most powerful truth you will ever know. Luck fails, but law never fails. The world worships chance because it does not know law. But the universe is not a lottery of chaos, it is a kingdom of order. Every word, every thought, every decree sets a cause in motion, and that cause unfailingly produces its effect. This is why Jesus declared, "By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." He did not say by thy lottery numbers, by thy guesses, by thy chances. He said, Be thy words, for the word is the seed, and the seed must grow. I have watched students step out of despair and into abundance by grasping this simple key. They stopped crying for luck and began speaking law. One woman came to me with fear in her eyes, clutching the little she had, certain she was doomed to lose. I told her, "Your fear is faith inverted. Reverse it now. Speak supply instead of lack. Declare abundance instead of ruin. Say, God is my supply, and large sums of money come to me, quickly under grace in perfect ways." Say it until you feel it. She obeyed, and within days unexpected money came into her hands, not by luck but by law. You see, law is impartial. Law does not say, "I like this one better than that one. I will bless him and curse her." Law is exact. If you speak lack, you reap lack. If you speak abundance, you reap abundance. It is not personal, it is principle. The farmer does not put corn in the ground and reap wheat. He reaps the same seed he sows. So it is with you. If you sow words of defeat, you will reap defeat. If you sow words of victory, you will reap victory. The harvest may seem to delay, but it cannot be denied, for the law never fails. I once had a student who said to me, "Florence, I have affirmed prosperity, but I still see no change." I asked her, "Have you mixed your words with doubt? Have you sown abundance by day, but dug it up with worry at night? Have you spoken faith in the morning and fear in the afternoon?" She lowered her eyes, for she knew it was true. The law is exact. It does not multiply double-mindedness. It multiplies what you plant consistently. When she corrected her speech, when she guarded her tongue, when she refused to cancel her affirmations with contradictions, her affairs shifted, and she proved that the word works when you work the word. Now imagine the contrast. One man says, "I hope this ticket wins," and he loses. Another man says, "God is my unfailing supply, and money flows to me from every direction under grace in perfect ways," and his purse fills. His needs are met, his channels open. The ticket may look the same, but the law behind it is different. One is supported by fear, the other by faith. One is a cry to chance, the other a decree to law, and law always answers. So hear me clearly. When you walk in law, you never walk in vain. When you speak the word of faith, the invisible must rearrange itself to match it. When you declare abundance, the channels of abundance must open. When you align your speech with truth, your life will outpicture truth. It is as certain as the rising of the sun, as sure as the tide of the sea. Luck stumbles and falls, but law stands forever. And that is why I tell you, never again say "I hope." Say instead "I know." Never again say "I wish." Say instead "I declare." Never again say "maybe." Say instead "it is done." For heaven and earth may pass away, but the law of the word will not pass away. The word you speak in faith today is the world you will walk in tomorrow. And once you understand this, you will never again bow to luck. You will speak with authority. You will live in demonstration, and you will know by experience that the law never fails. Here is something the world overlooks, something so simple that the carnal mind laughs at it and calls it folly. And yet it is the one truth upon which every destiny rests. Every word is a seed. The ground does not argue with the farmer. It does not say, "This seed I will grow, and that seed I will reject." It does not reason. It does not laugh. It does not doubt. It simply receives, and it brings forth after its kind. The earth will as faithfully produce weeds as it will wheat, if that is what you sow. So it is with your subconscious mind. It is soil rich, deep, unfailing, and it is waiting only for the seed you drop into it with your words. Every idle sentence, every careless joke, every despairing sigh, every bold declaration, each one is a seed, and the soil does not forget. I knew a woman who had everything her heart could desire, a fine home, comfort, security, and yet she grew weary of her responsibilities. And in her foolishness, she often cried, "I am sick and tired of all this. I wish I lived in a trunk." She said it half in jest, but the subconscious has no sense of humor. It does not know the difference between laughter and seriousness. It only hears the word and sets about to grow the seed. Years later, stripped of her possessions, cast out of her home, she found herself indeed living in a trunk, the exact harvest of her idle seed. Think of it. She had spoken herself into the very poverty she feared, not by some evil fate, not by the cruelty of others, but by her own tongue. Do you see the law? You are never a victim of circumstances. You are a sower of seed. If you do not like your harvest, do not curse the ground. Do not cry against the heavens, but change your seed. For just as surely as weeds once sprang from your careless words, so can wheat and roses and vineyards spring from your faithful words. Jesus Christ declared, "Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap." Not some of what he sows, not a portion of what he sows, but all. If you continually say, "I never win, I never prosper, nothing ever works out for me," you are sowing weeds, and the law will bring you a harvest of weeds. But if you say with conviction, "God is my unfailing supply, and great avalanches of abundance now pour into my life under grace," then you have planted good seed, and the ground must return good. Now you may say, "Florence, I did not mean it. I was only joking. I was only speaking carelessly." But hear me. The subconscious does not know whether you mean it or not. It records every word as a phonograph records every sound, the cough, the stumble, the whisper, as well as the song. It plays back what is impressed upon it, and you must live among your records until you smash them with new decrees. That is why I tell you to watch your words as you would watch your treasure. For they are treasure. They are the gold you cast into the invisible that returns to you in visible form. So when you take that ticket in your hand, or when you speak about your affairs, do not let the tongue drop weeds into the soil of your mind. Do not say, "I never win. I always lose, money never comes my way." For the law listens, the soil receives, and the harvest will come. Say instead, "I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. I now draw in endless good under grace in perfect ways." Plant wheat instead of weeds, roses instead of thorns, gold instead of dust. For every word is a seed, and your harvest is nothing but the outpouring of what you have sown. When I tell you that your word is your wand, I do not speak in poetry or in symbol only. I speak in the plainest law of spirit, as exact as mathematics, as certain as the rising of the morning sun. A wand is an instrument that carries the will of the one who wields it. It directs invisible forces. It calls into form what the eye of imagination has first beheld. And so it is with your word. Man does not often understand the treasure he carries upon his tongue. He jokes idly. He laments foolishly. He repeats phrases of lack and fear, and wonders why his world mirrors back to him lack and fear multiplied. Yet, if he would only lift the rod of his word in faith, if he would dare to speak what the world calls impossible, the desert of his life would bloom, the barren purse would overflow, and the so-called odds of chance would bow down before him as servants. I once knew a woman who came to me with only $2 in her purse. To her eyes, $2 was poverty, a reminder of all she lacked. But I would not see lack for her, for lack is a lie, and I would not let the lie stand. I told her, "Well, bless these $2, and we know that you hold the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in under grace in perfect ways. I see it crammed, jammed, bulging with yellow bills, green bills, checks of every color, silver, and gold pouring into your hand." She caught the vision. She felt her little purse heavy with money, as if invisible weight had already been dropped into it. Her faith was so alive that she gave me one of those dollars as a love offering, and I dared not refuse, for to refuse would have been to behold lack instead of plenty. And what followed? Shortly afterward, she was gifted 6,000. 2 had become 6,000, and the world called it luck. But she and I knew it was law. Do you see the power here? It was not the arithmetic of the bank. It was the arithmetic of spirit. The words crammed, jammed, bulging, painted a picture on her subconscious. And the subconscious, that faithful servant, had no choice but to bring the picture into visibility. Your subconscious does not respond to cold, lifeless statements. It responds to vivid images, to words charged with life and color. To say "I have money," but it is not electric. To say my purse is crammed, jammed, bulging with bills and checks, overflowing with abundance, is to set fire to the imagination, to strike the picture on the canvas of the inner mind so that it cannot help but reproduce it outwardly. Now many will say, but Miss Shinn, am I not deceiving myself if I speak of a purse overflowing when I see only emptiness? And I answer, you are deceived already if you believe in emptiness, for emptiness is only an appearance, a shadow that flees before the light of truth. When you wave your wand, you are not lying. You are declaring the higher truth that dissolves the lie. Just as a fog can cover the ocean, yet cannot hide the ocean's depth, so appearances of lack can veil your abundance but cannot cancel it. Speak the truth of supply and the fog of lack will lift. I tell you again, the word is your wand. With it you command fortune, you silence fear, you heal the body, you open doors that no man can shut. Without it you wander as one unarmed, buffeted by appearances, waiting on what the world calls luck. Which shall it be for you? Will you drift with chance, or will you take the wand in hand and decree your good? Remember this, the wand never fails when wielded with fearless faith, and the words you speak tonight may be the very words that crowd your purse tomorrow. Before you can speak the decree that commands fortune, before you can utter the 3 words that bend so-called chance into obedience, you must first prepare the ground of your consciousness. For it is no use scattering golden seed upon soil that has been left untended, full of weeds, rocks, and thorns. For the weeds will choke the harvest, the rocks will stop the roots, and the thorns will pierce the tender shoots before they can rise. And yet this is what most people attempt. They rush to speak affirmations while their minds are still tangled with fear, still echoing with words of failure, still cluttered with the images of defeat. And then they cry out, the law does not work for me, but the law is exact. It works with what you give it. If you give it fear, it grows fear. If you give it worry, it grows worry. If you give it contradiction, it grows confusion. Only when you give it pure, fearless seed, can it give you back a harvest of plenty. So the first work is clearing. The first word is release. The first step is casting out fear. I have told my students again and again, fear is inverted faith. It is belief turned upside down. It is the same creative force, but instead of expecting good, it expects evil. Instead of calling in supply, it calls in lack. Instead of opening doors, it slams them shut. And when you take a lottery ticket in your hand and say, I hope I win, though I probably won't, you have already planted the seed of loss. You are already rehearsing defeat. You are already inviting the harvest of weeds. This is why I say to you, do not let fear go unchallenged. Do not carry it into the sacred hour of decree. Meet it at the gate and send it away. How do you send it away? By giving it to the Christ within. You cannot carry fear out by force. You must lay it down. Speak aloud with calm certainty. I cast this burden upon the Christ within and I go free. Say it until you feel the burden roll off your shoulders. Say it until your chest lightens and your breath deepens. Say it until the shadows in your mind scatter and peace enters. This one sentence is the broom that sweeps the floor of consciousness, the light that banishes darkness, the hand that sets down the load. And once you have spoken it, refuse to pick the burden up again. Do not rehearse the fear. Do not repeat the doubt. Do not argue for your own defeat. Cast it once and go free. When the mind is cleared, it must also be guarded. For many people sweep out the room only to invite the same intruders back in. They cast out fear with one hand and beckon it back with the other. They say, I cast this burden upon the Christ within. And then an hour later, they sigh, but what if I still lose? This is double-mindedness, and the law cannot multiply double-mindedness. You must stand firm. You must close the door against fear, just as a guard closes the gates of a fortress. Let no thought enter that does not align with your decree. Say to every shadow, you have no place here. This ground is holy. This soil is reserved for the seed of truth. And the more you practice this, the more natural it will become until your subconscious itself stands guard and refuses to admit the enemy. Understand this well. The work of preparation is not wasted time. It is the most necessary step of all. For the decree, no matter how powerful, cannot take root in a mind still choked with weeds. But a decree, even a simple one, dropped into soil that is clear, fertile, and guarded, will grow swiftly, surely, abundantly. I have seen students who struggled for years suddenly receive demonstration after demonstration once they learned to prepare. They stopped speaking fear. They stopped rehearsing loss. They stopped clutching their burdens, and they cast them upon the Christ within. And then when they finally spoke their decrees, the decrees blossomed almost overnight. So prepare your mind, cast out fear, sweep away worry, guard against doubt, stand firm in faith. Say it aloud even now. I cast this burden upon the Christ within, and I go free. Feel the freedom, feel the lightness, feel the ground of your soul made ready. For soon into this cleared soil, we shall plant the 3 words that change everything. You have cleared the ground. You have cast away the burden. You have swept the room of your mind until it stands ready like a temple prepared for the presence of God. Now the moment has come to place upon your lips the very decree that will change the atmosphere around you. That will alter the vibration of your affairs. That will turn the lie of chance into the certainty of law. And I tell you again, do not speak this as one testing to see if it works. Do not speak it as one pleading for mercy. Do not speak it as one whispering in hope. Speak it as one commanding, as one possessing, as one whose voice carries the authority of heaven itself. For the subconscious responds to authority, not to begging, not to wishing, not to fear. It hears certainty and it obeys. It hears command and it executes. It hears law and it fulfills. And here are the words, I win. Now 3 simple words, yet they carry within them the whole force of truth. Why? Because they are spoken in the present tense. The subconscious does not recognize tomorrow. It does not respond to someday. It does not act upon perhaps. It only knows the eternal now. When you say I will win, you push it away into the future, and the future never arrives. But when you say, I win now, you bring it into the only moment that ever exists, the present. And the subconscious rushes to make it so. This is the secret hidden in plain sight. You must declare your good as already done, not as a distant hope. Notice, too, that the words are short, sharp, unmistakable. There is no vagueness, no clutter, no condition. They are like the blow of a hammer on the anvil. I win now. Not I might, not I hope, not I wish, I win now. And every time you speak it, you are engraving a groove into the subconscious, a groove that the law must follow until it prints victory into your affairs. I remember a student who practiced this decree. She had long spoken timidly. I hope to do better. Perhaps things will change. Maybe next time. And the harvest was always disappointment. But when she learned to say, I win now, with fire and conviction, the atmosphere around her shifted. She walked differently. She spoke differently. She bought her ticket differently. And soon what she once called impossible appeared, not by chance but by law, because she had dared to claim the now instead of postponing her good into the mist of tomorrow. Now, let me warn you. When you first begin to say these words, appearances may rise up in protest. The ticket may look the same. The bank account may look the same. The purse may feel the same. But do not bow to appearances. For appearances are lies waiting to be dissolved. The law does not work from the outside in. It works from the inside out. You speak, you believe, you hold the picture, and then the outer world rearranges to match the inner decree. If you doubt because nothing has yet changed, you are like a farmer who digs up his seed each morning to see if it is sprouting. No, plant it, water it, give thanks for it, and the harvest will appear in its season. So take these words into your mouth. I win now. Say them with authority. Say them with conviction. Say them until you feel the vibration in your bones. Say them when you buy the ticket. Say them when you hold it in your hand. Say them when you lay down at night. Let them become the drum beat of your consciousness. and do not mix them with contradiction. Do not say, I win now, and then mutter, but probably not. Do not say, I win now, and then laugh it off as foolishness. Stand firm. Hold the decree. Protect it as you would protect a spark in the wind until it grows into a flame that cannot be quenched. For these 3 words are not empty syllables. They are the rod and the staff, the key and the lock, the hammer and the chisel. They carve your victory into the unseen, and once carved it must appear. Speak them as truth, and truth will answer. Speak them as law, and law will obey. Speak them as your decree, and decree will become demonstration. I win now. Now that you know the decree, I win now. I must give you the safeguard that makes it not only powerful but perfect, not only swift but safe. For there are those who seize the law and wield it rashly, as a child might strike with fire, not knowing what it may consume. You must understand this. The law will obey whatever you impress upon it. And if you impress selfishness, if you impress greed, if you impress a demand that is not aligned with your divine portion, you may receive what you asked for, but with sorrow added, with trouble following, with regret that sour the gift. That is why I teach every student to close their affirmation with the words under grace in perfect ways. Grace is the great adjuster. Grace is the invisible hand that turns aside what would wound you, that shields you from what is not truly yours, that redirects your decree into channels that bless you and all concerned. Grace is love lifted into law. When you say under grace in perfect ways, you are saying let this good come only if it is mine by divine right, only if it leaves no one harmed, only if it blesses me without sorrow. And the beauty of grace is this: it does not limit your good, it perfects it. It ensures that what you receive is not only abundance but right abundance, not only victory but right victory, not only gain but gain that leaves your conscience clear and your spirit at peace. I recall a woman who once demanded that a certain man should marry her. She set her heart upon him and cried out for him daily. But I would not affirm it, for I knew it might not be her divine selection. Instead, I taught her to say, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right man to come to me under grace in perfect ways. At first she resisted, but at last she yielded, and soon a man far better suited, kind, generous, faithful came into her life, and she was unspeakably grateful that she had not chained herself to the wrong one. Had she forced her decree without grace, she might have gotten what she thought she wanted, but it would have brought bitterness. With grace, she received what was hers by divine right, and joy followed. So it is with money. So it is with tickets. So it is with every desire. You may cry, I win now, and the law will hasten to fulfill. But unless you add under grace in perfect ways, you may draw to yourself winnings that curse you, or channels that harm you, or outcomes that entangle you in sorrow. But with grace, the law is clothed in love, and nothing can come that is not rightfully yours. Nothing can enter that is not safe. Nothing can be given that does not bless. Remember, the scripture says, The blessing of the Lord, it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it. That is grace. The riches that come under grace are clean, are pure, are joyful. They do not demand the price of your peace. They do not rob your health. They do not break your relationships. They come in perfect ways, and they lift you higher. Therefore, never forget to add these words. They are your safeguard, your shield, your firewall. They keep your demonstration unmarred, your harvest unsoared, your victory untainted. So when you stand with ticket in hand, say it all. I win now under grace in perfect ways. Say it boldly, say it with faith. Say it knowing that grace goes before you, prepares the channel, perfects the method, shields the outcome, and delivers your good in a form more wonderful than your own reasoning could ever have arranged. And then rest. For what comes under grace must bless you, and what comes in perfect ways cannot harm you. There was once a woman who came to me weary, her eyes clouded with disappointment, her voice heavy with the weight of repeated failures. She said, Miss Shinn, I have spoken affirmations, I have prayed. I have tried to hold faith, but still my purse remains thin and my luck never turns. And I said to her, "My dear, do not speak of luck, for luck is a lie. Speak of law, for law is truth, and do not weary yourself with many words. One decree spoken with faith carries more power than 1,000 mutterings spoken with doubt. Tonight, when you hold your ticket, say simply and with authority, I win now under grace in perfect ways. Say it as truth, not as hope. Say it as law, not as wish. Say it as though God Himself had placed the words on your tongue, for indeed He has." At first she looked at me uncertainly, for the habit of defeat had written deep grooves in her mind. She said, "But Miss Shinn, I have said such things before, and nothing has happened." I answered, "Then you have said them as one testing, as one hoping, as one begging. But the law does not answer hope, it answers faith. It does not obey begging, it obeys command. Do not speak the decree as though you are trying to convince yourself. Speak it as though it is already done. Speak it as though you are the authority, and the world must obey. For it is written, decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee." She went away with those words echoing in her mind. That evening she bought her ticket. She felt the old fear rise, the old doubt whisper, "Why bother? You never win." But instead of bowing to it, she cast it out with the sentence I had given her. She said aloud, "I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free." Then she took her ticket in hand and declared firmly, clearly, without wavering, "I win now under grace in perfect ways." And with that she let the matter rest. She did not pace the floor, she did not wring her hands, she did not rehearse failure, she simply trusted the law to do its perfect work. The next day she returned to me, her face shining with astonishment and joy. She said, "Miss Shinn, you will not believe it. I received unexpected money today. Not through the ticket, but through another channel I never even imagined. A friend I had not heard from in years appeared suddenly and pressed into my hand a sum of money I desperately needed. And though the ticket itself did not win, I feel I have won greater than I hoped. For I see now that it was never the ticket itself that was my source, but the law of supply that worked through the channel prepared." And I said to her, "You have learned a mighty truth. The ticket is but one channel, and channels come and go, but the source is unchanging. When you decree, I win. Now you are not binding yourself to one number, one card, one piece of paper. You are declaring yourself aligned with winning itself, and winning will find you through the channel most perfect, most gracious, most safe. Sometimes it will be the ticket, sometimes it will be a gift, sometimes it will be an opportunity. Sometimes it will be a debt paid, a door opened, a channel revealed. But always when spoken with faith, the decree must be fulfilled. So you see, my friend, it is not the lottery that you are commanding. It is the law of abundance itself. It is not the numbers that obey. It is the unseen order of spirit. And when you stand in faith and declare, I win now under grace in perfect ways, the law takes your word and rushes to fulfill it through the nearest open channel. The world will call it chance, the crowd will call it luck, but you will know it is law, and you will rejoice that the invisible has become visible once more. There was another woman, timid and uncertain, who came to me with nothing in her hand but a little purse and two tucked inside. Her face betrayed the thought that had haunted her for years. This is not enough. It never will be enough. I am always at the end, always behind, always lacking. And I said to her, do you not know that your purse is not your source? Do you not know that these $2 are not your supply? Do you not know that the Spirit of God is an unfailing treasury and that your purse is but the channel it flows through? If you curse the channel, you block the stream. If you bless the channel, you open the floodgates. So do not call your purse empty. Do not call your purse poor. Call it the purse of spirit, the magic purse that can never be depleted, that is crammed and jammed and bulging with abundance. I placed my hand upon her purse and spoke aloud. This purse is the purse of spirit. It is crammed and jammed with money. It bulges with bills, with checks, with gold and silver. Money goes out and money comes in perfect circulation under grace in perfect ways. She looked at me with half a smile, uncertain whether to laugh or to believe. But as I spoke, her imagination caught fire, and I saw her eyes brighten with a new light. She began to picture it herself, the little purse heavy in her hand, bursting with abundance. And I told her, carry that picture with you. Do not see emptiness, see fullness. Do not speak lack, speak plenty. Wave your wand and your purse must obey. Days later, she returned to me trembling with joy. She said, Miss Shinn, you will hardly believe it. I have received 6,000, a gift unexpected, and it has come so swiftly I can scarcely comprehend it. I answered, do not say you can scarcely comprehend it. Say you comprehend it perfectly, for it is law, not chance. It is the exact harvest of the seed you planted when you blessed your purse and declared it full. And so she learned that her 12 had not been a curse, but a seed, and by blessing it, she had multiplied it into thousands. This is why I tell every student, never mock the small, never curse the little, never sigh over the few coins in your hand, for the law does not despise the small. The law multiplies whatever is blessed. Jesus himself did not scorn the 5 loaves and 2 fishes. He lifted them, he blessed them, he gave thanks, and the multitude was fed, and baskets overflowed with fragments. Bless the little and it becomes much. Curse the little and it becomes less. Your purse is not a prison, it is a channel. Speak to it as though it were alive, for it is alive with the life of spirit, and it will answer to your word. So I give you now the same decree. This purse of mine is the purse of spirit, it can never be depleted. It is crammed and jammed and bulging with money. Money goes out and money rushes back in under grace in perfect ways. Say it each time you reach into your purse. Say it each time you spend, each time you receive. Make it a song upon your lips. And you will see soon enough that what once looked like emptiness will swell into fullness, and what once mocked you as poverty will obey you as abundance. For the purse is but a symbol, and the true power is in your word, and your word is your wand. There was once a young woman, scarcely more than a girl, who had read my writings and dared to believe them. She had little money, little backing, little experience. Yet in her heart she carried a vision of opening a tea room and candy shop. To those around her, the idea seemed foolish, for the times were hard, and her purse was thin, and her family warned her that she was stepping into certain failure. But she had caught a glimpse of truth, and she knew that supply does not come from conditions. It comes from law, and law responds to the spoken word. So she opened her lips each morning and declared, I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay. She spoke it not once, not twice, but daily, faithfully, with the ring of conviction in her voice, and she moved forward in obedience to the vision planted in her spirit. She found a little shop, plain and unremarkable, but she filled it with her word, and the word filled it with customers. On the first day, people came, not in a trickle, but in a stream. They lined up at the door, waiting for tables, waiting for candy, waiting for service, as though they had been summoned by invisible cords. She and her helpers could scarcely keep pace, and each morning, when her assistants grew weary and said, surely today will be quieter, surely business will slow, she answered firmly, no, God is my supply, not man, and every day is a good day. And her decree held true. The shop was crammed and jammed, as she put it, overflowing with customers, filled with orders, alive with abundance. I recall a particular holiday when her workers grew especially discouraged. They said, today is a holiday. No one will come. Business will surely be poor. But she replied, the law does not take holidays. God is my supply, not appearances, and every day is a good day. That very afternoon, an old friend entered the shop, ordered a small box of candy, and when he handed her his check, she opened it, and found it was written for 100. 100 for a 2-alba box of candy. That is how the law works when spoken in faith. The world would call it luck, but she and I knew it was law, the exact outworking of her daily decree. This young woman's tea room became a living example of demonstration, proof that it is not capital, not conditions, not cleverness that determines success, but the words spoken in fearless faith. She did not lean on advertisements or location or the opinion of her relatives. She leaned on the law of her own decree, and because she spoke daily with conviction, the invisible moved, the channels opened, and her shop overflowed. So what is the lesson here? That your good is not dependent on what the world says is possible, that appearances of limitation are lies waiting to be dissolved, that when you dare to declare, every day is a good day, I have a magical work in a magical way, I give magical service for magical pay, the law of supply must hasten to fulfill your words. Speak this daily over your own work, your own affairs, your own ventures, and watch how what once seemed small and uncertain begins to overflow. Do not bow to appearances. Do not fear the seasons. Do not tremble at holidays or downturns or the murmurs of those who doubt. Say with faith, God is my supply and every day is a good day. And you will see doors open, orders multiply, customers arrive, and channels of increase appear. For the law is exact, and the law never fails the one who never fails to speak the word. When I say to you that every word is a seed, I do not mean that all seeds are alike. For some are small and wither quickly, and some are mighty and take root so deeply that the harvest cannot be denied. The difference lies in the power of the word spoken, and the power lies in its vividness. The subconscious mind is like a child easily impressed by pictures responsive to colors, shapes, and living forms, yet deaf to pale abstractions. You may whisper, I am prosperous, in a faint monotone, and nothing will stir, for the picture is too thin to take hold. But if you say with fire, my purse is crammed and jammed and bulging with money, overflowing with bills, checks and gold, alive with endless supply, then the imagination is captured, the subconscious is struck, and the law must move. The words paint pictures and the pictures become flesh. I have known students who struggled with affirmations for months, repeating lifeless words without result. They came to me weary, saying, Miss Shinn, I speak my prosperity daily, but still I see nothing. And I asked them, what do you say? And they answered with vague mutterings, thin declarations without color. I said, that is why the ground has not yielded. You have planted shadows instead of seed. Now speak with images. Speak with life. Speak with words that carry the weight of substance. And when they obeyed, when they began to say, I see my purse heavy in my hand, I feel it bulging with supply, I know it is always filled and refilled under grace, their conditions shifted swiftly, and money came by channels unexpected. For the vivid word is not resisted, it is accepted. The subconscious cannot help but obey what is pictured with strength. Do you not see how even the scriptures are filled with vividness? The Master did not speak in pale abstractions. He spoke in parables, in images, in pictures that stirred the imagination. He said, consider the lies of the field, and at once the listener saw flowers blooming without toil. He said, a sower went forth to sow, and all who heard saw the seed fall on rocky soil, on thorny ground, on good earth. He knew that truth must be painted in living color for it to take root, and so must your affirmations. They must be more than dry statements. They must be pictures that live. True power is in your word, and your word is your wand. There was once a young woman, scarcely more than a girl, who had read my writings and dared to believe them. She had little money, little backing, little experience. Yet in her heart she carried a vision of opening a tea room and candy shop. To those around her, the idea seemed foolish, for the times were hard, and her purse was thin, and her family warned her that she was stepping into certain failure. But she had caught a glimpse of truth, and she knew that supply does not come from conditions. It comes from law, and law responds to the spoken word. So she opened her lips each morning and declared, I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay. She spoke it not once, not twice, but daily, faithfully, with the ring of conviction in her voice, and she moved forward in obedience to the vision planted in her spirit. She found a little shop, plain and unremarkable, but she filled it with her word, and the word filled it with customers. On the first day, people came, not in a trickle, but in a stream. They lined up at the door, waiting for tables, waiting for candy, waiting for service, as though they had been summoned by invisible cords. She and her helpers could scarcely keep pace. And each morning, when her assistants grew weary and said, "Surely today will be quieter, surely business will slow," she answered firmly, "No, God is my supply, not man, and every day is a good day." And her decree held true. The shop was crammed and jammed, as she put it, overflowing with customers, filled with orders, alive with abundance. I recall a particular holiday when her workers grew especially discouraged. They said, "Today is a holiday, no one will come. Business will surely be poor." But she replied, "The law does not take holidays. God is my supply, not appearances, and every day is a good day." That very afternoon, an old friend entered the shop, ordered a small box of candy, and when he handed her his check, she opened it, and found it was written for 100. 100 for a 2 lb box of candy. That is how the law works when spoken in faith. The world would call it luck, but she and I knew it was law, the exact outworking of her daily decree. This young woman's tea room became a living example of demonstration, proof that it is not capital, not conditions, not cleverness that determines success, but the word spoken in fearless faith. She did not lean on advertisements or location or the opinion of her relatives. She leaned on the law of her own decree, and because she spoke daily with conviction, the invisible moved, the channels opened, and her shop overflowed. So, what is the lesson here? That your good is not dependent on what the world says is possible, that appearances of limitation are lies waiting to be dissolved, that when you dare to declare, "Every day is a good day," I have a magical work in a magical way, I give magical service for magical pay, the law of supply must hasten to fulfill your words. Speak this daily over your own work, your own affairs, your own ventures, and watch how what once seemed small and uncertain begins to overflow. Do not bow to appearances. Do not fear the seasons. Do not tremble at holidays or downturns or the murmurs of those who doubt. Say with faith, "God is my supply and every day is a good day," and you will see doors open, orders multiply, customers arrive, and channels of increase appear. For the law is exact, and the law never fails the one who never fails to speak the word. When I say to you that every word is a seed, I do not mean that all seeds are alike. For some are small and wither quickly, and some are mighty and take root so deeply that the harvest cannot be denied. The difference lies in the power of the word spoken, and the power lies in its vividness. The subconscious mind is like a child easily impressed by pictures responsive to colors, shapes, and living forms, yet deaf to pale abstractions. You may whisper, "I am prosperous," in a faint monotone, and nothing will stir, for the picture is too thin to take hold. But if you say with fire, "My purse is crammed and jammed and bulging with money, overflowing with bills, checks, and gold, alive with endless supply," then the imagination is captured, the subconscious is struck, and the law must move. The words paint pictures and the pictures become flesh. I have known students who struggled with affirmations for months, repeating lifeless words without result. They came to me weary, saying, "Miss Shinn, I speak my prosperity daily, but still I see nothing." And I asked them, "What do you say?" And they answered with vague mutterings, thin declarations without color. I said, "That is why the ground has not yielded. You have planted shadows instead of seed. Now speak with images, speak with life, speak with words that carry the weight of substance." And when they obeyed, when they began to say, "I see my purse heavy in my hand. I feel it bulging with supply. I know it is always filled and refilled under grace," their conditions shifted swiftly, and money came by channels unexpected. For the vivid word is not resisted, it is accepted. The subconscious cannot help but obey what is pictured with strength. Do you not see how even the scriptures are filled with vividness? The Master did not speak in pale abstractions. He spoke in parables, in images, in pictures that stirred the imagination. He said, "Consider the lies of the field, And at once the listener saw flowers blooming without toil. He said, "A sower went forth to sow." And all who heard saw the seed fall on rocky soil, on thorny ground, on good earth. He knew that truth must be painted in living color for it to take root. And so must your affirmations. They must be more than dry statements. They must be pictures that live. Therefore, when you declare your abundance, do not say timidly, "I have money." Say boldly, "I walk in abundance now. My purse is filled to overflowing. My life is overflowing. I see money rushing in and rushing out in endless circulation, for it cannot be depleted. It is spirit in visible form. Let every word carry a picture. Let every declaration strike the subconscious like a chisel carving in stone. The law will take the image and reproduce it in the outer world with exactness. The difference between the lifeless word and the vivid word is the difference between a seed left on the surface and a seed driven deep into the soil. One is carried away by the wind, the other is buried in the earth, watered and grown into harvest. If your affirmations have not borne fruit, it may be that you have spoken too faintly, too vaguely, too without picture. Begin today to clothe your affirmations in vividness, in images in life. Say them until you see them, and when you see them within, you will see them without. So remember this: the subconscious is not moved by shadow, but by picture, not by faint wish, but by living decree. If you would command fortune, then choose words that paint it so clearly you cannot help but feel it. Say, "My purse is crammed, jammed, bulging with money. I feel it in my hand. I thank it in my heart. I know it is mine by divine right." Speak like this, and the harvest will be swift. For vivid words strike deep, and vivid words always grow. There is a truth I must impress upon you now, for the spoken word carries power too great to be left without guidance. And that truth is this: every decree must be sealed with the words "under grace in perfect ways." For you must remember the law is exact and impartial. It will bring to pass whatever is impressed upon it, whether it be wise or foolish, whether it be for blessing or for sorrow. The soil of the subconscious does not argue. It only grows the seed it is given. And so it is possible, if you speak without wisdom, to call in what you think is good only to find that it is not your divine portion, and it brings with it burdens instead of blessings. Grace is the safeguard. Grace is the shield. Grace is the hand of spirit that corrects the clumsy command of the human tongue and ensures that only what belongs to you by divine right, only what blesses you and all concerned, can enter your life. I recall a woman who once insisted she must marry a particular man. Her whole thought was bent upon him. She said to me, "Miss Shinn, I will not rest until I have this man." But I told her, "I cannot affirm for you what may not be yours by divine right. For if he is not your appointed mate, then to bind him to you would be to bind yourself to sorrow. Instead say, 'Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right man to come to me under grace in perfect ways.'" She resisted at first, for her will was fixed, but at last she yielded, and she began to speak the decree I gave her. And not long afterward, a man of greater kindness, greater faithfulness, greater love came into her life, and she was unspeakably grateful that she had not chained herself to the wrong one. Grace had protected her. Grace had corrected her. Grace had perfected her demonstration. So it is with money, with tickets, with all supply. You may cry out, "I win now," and indeed the law will hasten to fulfill your decree. But if you do not add the safeguard, you may draw to yourself winnings that come through wrong channels, through harm, through methods that disturb your peace. There are those who have gained money only to lose health, or gained wealth only to find misery in its company. But when you add "under grace in perfect ways," you ensure that your gain comes clean, comes whole, comes unmarred, leaving no sorrow with it. For is it not written, "The blessing of the Lord it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it"? That is the blessing under grace. Understand this clearly. Grace does not limit your good, it perfects it. It does not take away your demonstration, it refines it. It does not deny your abundance, it multiplies it safely. Grace is the adjustment of spirit, smoothing out the rough edges, closing the wrong doors, opening the right ones, weaving every decree into the divine design, so that nothing harmful can enter, nothing false can stand, nothing premature can ruin. When you say under grace in perfect ways, you place your word into the hands of infinite intelligence, and you can rest knowing that what comes is exactly right, exactly safe, exactly perfect. So take this safeguard to your lips every time you speak your decree. Do not say merely, I win now. Say, I win now under grace in perfect ways. Do not say merely, large sums of money come to me. Say, large sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways. Do not say merely, my purse is filled. Say, my purse is filled and refilled under grace in perfect ways. Make these words the seal upon every decree, and you will never fear that your demonstration may bring regret. Grace will go before you. Grace will guard you. Grace will perfect what you have spoken. And so I tell you, never speak a word of power without clothing it in grace. For grace is the robe that makes your decree fit to walk in the courts of heaven. Grace is the crown that makes your affirmation shine with divine authority. Grace is the safeguard that ensures that your harvest will be good and only good. Seal your words with grace, and you will find that every demonstration not only blesses you, but blesses all who touch it. And you will walk in the peace of knowing that your supply is perfect, safe, and sure. Now I come to a law that many pass by lightly, thinking it but sentiment, thinking it but good manners, and so they rob themselves of its multiplying power. That law is the law of gratitude and praise. Gratitude is not courtesy alone. It is creative force. Praise is not flattery. It is spiritual chemistry. When you bless and give thanks for what you have, no matter how small, you put the seal of multiplication upon it. When you murmur and complain about what you have, no matter how much you place the seal of decrease upon it, and the law is exact. Whatever you bless increases. Whatever you curse diminishes. Whatever you thank God for multiplies in your life. Do you not remember the story of Jesus and the loaves and fishes? There were 5 loaves and 2 small fish, far too little for the multitude that gathered. The disciples looked at the lack and despaired. But Jesus lifted the little, gave thanks, blessed it, and handed it back. And as it was passed among the people, it multiplied until thousands were fed, and 12 baskets overflowed with fragments. He did not despise the smallness. He did not curse the insufficiency. He gave thanks, and thanksgiving turned the little into much. That was no miracle outside of law. It was law itself, demonstrated perfectly. I knew a woman who came to me with only a small sum left, trembling that it could not last her through the week. I told her, do not curse it, do not call it small. Place your hand upon it and say, I thank God for this evidence of supply, and I bless it to multiply under grace in perfect ways. She obeyed, though to her reasoning mind it felt foolish. She blessed the little she had. She gave thanks over it. She treated it as seed, and within days new channels opened. Fresh income appeared, and she was delivered from her fear. The money had multiplied not by arithmetic but by law, not by chance, but by decrees sealed with thanksgiving. Why does this work? Because gratitude is the magnet that draws more of what you thank God for. Praise is the atmosphere in which increase flourishes. To complain is to choke the seed. To thank is to water it. To murmur is to poison the soil. To praise is to enrich it. You may think gratitude is a feeling you wait for, but I tell you gratitude is a decree you choose. Say, I thank thee for my immediate and endless supply. I bless every dollar in my purse, and it multiplies, and the very act of thanking will call in more to thank for. The very act of blessing will open channels for more blessing to flow. The world thinks when I have more then I will give thanks, but the law says give thanks now and you will have more. The world says when the purse is full then I will bless it, but the law says bless it now and it will be full. Thanksgiving goes first, multiplication follows after. If you wait to thank until you see, you will wait long. But if you thank before you see, you will see swiftly. For faith gives thanks in advance, and faith always receives. So I charge you, never again call what you have little. Never again sigh over your portion. Never again curse your purse with words of lack. Lay your hand upon it and bless it. Lift it to heaven in praise. Say, I thank thee for this purse, which is the purse of spirit. It is filled and refilled, crammed and jammed and bulging with money. I bless every dollar that passes through my hands, for it returns to me multiplied. I praise thee that my barns are full and my cup runs over. Say it until your whole soul rings with thanksgiving. Say it until your atmosphere is charged with praise. And you will see soon enough that what once looked like little has become much. And what once seemed not enough has become more than enough, for gratitude and praise are not ornaments to the law. They are the law. They are the force that multiplies every sum, that enlarges every gift, that increases every seed. Bless and you will see increase. Thank you, multiplication. Praise and you will walk in overflow. This is the truth and this is the way, and this is the power that makes every dollar a seed that grows into harvest. Before the decree can be spoken with power, before the 3 words can fall like thunder into the silence, you must understand the chamber into which they will be cast. That chamber is the subconscious mind, the silent partner of every life, the hidden builder of every fortune and every failure. The subconscious is not clever. It is not creative in itself. It is obedient. It does not reason. It does not question. It does not decide between just and earnest. It is the soil that receives and multiplies whatever seed is dropped within it. If you drop fear, it grows fear. If you drop doubt, it grows doubt. If you drop hope mingled with worry, it grows confusion. But if you drop faith, pure and simple, faith clothed in words of power, then the subconscious rushes to work without delay, building bridges, arranging circumstances, opening channels, until the invisible seed has pressed itself into visible form. Now here is the mystery most people never consider. The subconscious is most open when the conscious watchman is wary. And this happens in the twilight before sleep. All day long you may speak words of faith, and the conscious mind may rise up to argue. It is not possible. It has never happened. It cannot be so. All day long appearances may shout louder than your decree. But at night, when the eyes grow heavy and the reasoning mind lays down its arms, the gate to the subconscious swings wide, and whatever word is last spoken slips past without resistance. That word is planted in the richest soil, where it will grow all through the hours of slumber, and you will awaken to find its first fruits already forming. This is why I tell my students, never go to bed with fear on your lips. Never lie down with complaint as your lullaby. Never let the last seed you plant be one of lack or doubt, for the harvest will rise to meet you in the morning, and you will wonder why life feels heavy, not knowing it was you who planted heaviness in the dark. Therefore, preparation is essential. Before you speak the decree of winning, before you utter the words that shift the odds, you must clear the field of old weeds. How? By casting every burden on the Christ within. Say it aloud with authority, with calmness, with faith. I cast this burden upon the Christ within and I go free. Whatever the fear, whatever the debt, whatever the worry, hand it over, leave it behind. Refuse to carry it into the night. For if you cling to it, you will plant it and it will grow. But if you release it, the ground will be cleared and the soil will be ready. Once the burden is cast, fill the space with praise. Do not leave your subconscious empty, for empty ground quickly gathers weeds. Say, I thank God for my immediate and endless supply. I thank God that my purse is filled and refilled. I thank God that what is mine by divine right now comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Say it until peace fills you, until your chest loosens, until your heart feels light, until you are resting already in abundance. Then and only then is the subconscious prepared to receive the decree. Think of it as the clearing of a temple before the entrance of a king. You sweep the floor, you light the lamps, you open the gates, and you fill the air with song. Only then do you usher in the sovereign. So it is with your subconscious. You cast out fear, you light the lamp of praise. You open the gate with thanksgiving, and then you invite the decree to enter. And once spoken in such an atmosphere, the decree cannot fail. For it is received in purity, planted in readiness, and sealed in peace. So take this to heart. Do not rush past preparation. Do not despise it. Do not think the decree will work if fear still crouches in the corners of your mind. Clear the soil. Cast the burden. Fill the chamber with gratitude. And then when the hour is quiet and the eyes are heavy, speak the words that must bring your demonstration. For the subconscious is a faithful servant, and what you give it in the night, it will give back to you in the day. Now the hour has come. All the preparation, all the clearing of the field, all the casting away of burdens, all the blessing of the little, all the vivid words, all the guarding of the tongue. It has all been leading here, for truth must always rise to its decree, and decree must always be spoken before it can be seen. You have heard me say again and again that the word is the seed, that the word is the wand, that the word is law. And now you will take that wand in hand, and you will speak not as a beggar asking for scraps, not as a gambler hoping for chance, not as one half believing and half doubting, but as one who knows that the infinite has clothed them with authority, as one who knows that heaven bends to the decree of faith, as one who knows that when the word is spoken with certainty, the unseen rearranges itself at once to obey. And the decree is this: I win. Now 3 words, no more yet, carrying the whole force of law within them. Why these 3? Because they are clothed in the present tense, and the subconscious knows only now. It does not register tomorrow. It does not act on someday. It does not stir itself for I will. When you say, I will win, you postpone your harvest into a future that never arrives. But when you say, I win now, you anchor it in the eternal present. And the subconscious accepts it as fact, and once accepted, it must bring it forth. That is why I teach you to speak not of what may be, but of what already is. Do not wait for evidence to declare. Declare and evidence will follow. Speak it with fire, with certainty, with authority. Do not whisper it as a faint hope. Do not mutter it as a wish. Do not dress it in timidity. Let it fall from your lips like a hammer striking the anvil, like a trumpet sounding in battle, like a king proclaiming law. Say it aloud. I win now. Say it again until your very bones vibrate with it. Say it until your imagination bursts with the picture of victory. Say it until the subconscious, that faithful servant, bows and says, it is done, and do not be moved by appearances. When you first speak, the ticket may look unchanged. The purse may still feel light. The bank account may still show lack. But appearances are shadows, and shadows cannot stand before the light of truth. Speak the decree and let appearances dissolve in their own time. Do not dig up the seed to see if it is sprouting. Do not cancel your word with mutterings of doubt. Speak and then stand still, knowing that the law is already at work, that the seed is already alive, that the harvest is already pushing through the soil. I knew a student who took this decree upon her lips. For years she had said, I hope, I wish, maybe someday. And the harvest was always delay and disappointment. But when she learned to say, I win now, her whole atmosphere shifted. She walked differently. She looked differently. She carried her ticket differently, not as one clutching at chance, but as one holding proof of law. And though the ticket itself was not the channel, within days unexpected money poured into her life through another door. She came to me astonished, saying, it worked, but not as I thought. And I said, it always works, and it always chooses the perfect way. For the decree does not bind itself to one channel. It opens every channel, and the law chooses the best. So take it into your mouth now, you who have listened, you who have longed, you who have waited. Take the decree and plant it in the soil of your soul. I win now. Say it when you wake. Say it when you walk. Say it when you hold the ticket. Say it when you lie down at night. Make it the rhythm of your day and the seal of your night. Protect it from contradiction. Refuse to cancel it with idle talk. Let it echo and echo until it fills your being, and then watch, for the world will shift. The channels will open, the money will flow, and what was once called chance will reveal itself as law. Law obedient to your decree. 3 words spoken with faith, spoken with conviction, spoken with certainty. I win. Now this is the sentence. This is the wand. This is the key. Use it and see how swiftly the invisible bends to obey. Now that you have spoken the decree, I win now, and sealed it with grace, you must take one more step, a step that many stumble over, and by stumbling cancel their good. You must release the channel, for the law is not bound to the narrow path of your reasoning. The infinite mind is not limited to the one door you are watching, nor to the one instrument you have chosen. Yet how often do men and women decree their good, and then bind it with their own conditions? They say, I win now, but it must be through this ticket, through this number, through this very drawing. And if the channel they have chosen does not open, they cry, the law has failed me. But the law cannot fail. What has failed is their faith, for they clung to one method while the infinite was opening 1,000 others. Think of it this way. The farmer sows seed and trusts the earth. He does not dig up the ground each morning demanding to see through which grain of soil the stalk will rise. He leaves the method to the law of growth. The tailor receives your order for a coat. You tell him the style and the size, but you do not dictate the stitch or the thread or the exact path of the needle. You leave the method to the craftsman. So must you leave the channel to infinite intelligence, which knows all ways, sees all paths, holds all means. When you decree, I win, now you have ordered your coat, you have planted your seed, your part is complete. The method is God's. This is where faith must show itself. For faith does not cling, faith releases, faith does not dictate, faith trusts, faith does not strain, faith rests. You must say, I win now under grace in perfect ways, and I leave the channel to infinite mind. I do not bind my demonstration to one number or one door. My supply may come through the ticket or through another channel more perfect, more safe, more swift. But come it must, for the law has heard my decree and the law cannot fail. Speak this, believe this, and you will not be shaken when appearances seem to delay. For you will know that the decree is already alive, already growing, already pressing into form through the path of least resistance. I remember a student who spoke for money to pay her debts. She affirmed faithfully, yet she feared that it could only come through her employer, and she grew anxious when her employer gave no raise. She came to me disheartened, saying, It has not worked. I told her, You are binding your good to one channel. Release it. The law has 1,000 instruments. Say instead, God is my unfailing supply. I do not limit the channels. What is mine by divine right now rushes to me under grace in perfect ways. She obeyed, and not long after a gift came to her from a relative she had not heard from in years, more than enough to pay her debts and leave her in freedom. The channel was unexpected, but the decree was fulfilled, for the law cannot fail. Do not make the mistake of dictating the method. Do not strain your eyes at one door while the law is opening another behind you. Do not cry, It must be through this ticket or else it is nothing. That is not faith. That is fear in disguise. Faith says, I have spoken and it is done. I do not care through what door it comes, for all doors are God's. I do not care through what hand it is given, for all hands are God's. I do not care what path it takes, for all paths lead back to me when I decree. That is the freedom of true faith, and that is the freedom that brings demonstration. So tonight, when you speak the decree, release the channel. Say, I win now under grace in perfect ways, and I leave the method to infinite intelligence. Rest in that, trust in that. Know that the coat is already being cut. The seed is already sprouting. The law is already fulfilling. And then watch in awe as the good comes, often through doors you never knocked upon, often through paths you never traced, often through ways more ingenious than you could have imagined. For the law is sure, the supply is certain, the word is seed, and the harvest must come. Now we have walked the path together, and you see clearly that life is not ruled by luck, nor governed by chance, nor decided by the blind drawing of numbers. Life is governed by law. Eternal, exact, unbending, yet full of love when sealed with grace. I have shown you why luck fails, why idle words create poverty, why careless jokes plant weeds that grow into thorns. I have shown you that every word is a seed, that the tongue is a wand, that the purse is not a prison but a channel of spirit waiting to be blessed. I have shown you students who were lifted from despair into plenty, who turned 2,000 to 6,000, who filled a little shop until it overflowed, not by struggle, not by toil, but by decree. I have led you step by step into the inner chamber of the subconscious, where the soil of your soul waits each night to receive the seed that you choose. I have taught you to clear it with release, to sweep it with the broom of burden casting, to water it with praise, to guard it with thanksgiving. And then at the climactic hour, I placed in your hand the decree. 3 words of power, 3 words of present tense law, 3 words that collapse chance into certainty. I win. Now this is not a toy, not a trick, not a charm for gamblers. This is law. It is as serious as the sunrise, as exact as the seasons, as faithful as the tide. Speak these words with faith, and the subconscious must accept them. And once accepted, the law must bring them to pass. Seal them always with under grace, in perfect ways, so that nothing harmful, nothing false, nothing premature can touch you. And once spoken, release the channel. Let the infinite choose the door. Let the law arrange the method. Let grace perfect the way. Do not clutch, do not dictate, do not bind. Say it, believe it, release it, and rest. And let me remind you, gratitude and praise are not afterthoughts, they are multipliers. Bless every dollar, thank every coin, praise every channel, and you will see increase upon increase. Do not curse the little. Do not despise the day of small things. Do not sigh over what you think is not enough. Bless it, thank it, praise it, and it will multiply. For the blessing of the Lord, it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it. That is grace, and that is law perfected. So here is my final charge to you. For the next 7 nights before you sleep, cast your burden on the Christ within. Clear the ground of fear, sweep the chamber of worry. Then with calm authority speak the decree. I win now under grace in perfect ways. Let those be the last words upon your lips as you pass into slumber. Plant them deeply and rise each morning, giving thanks that it is already done. Watch, for in those days channels will open, opportunities will appear, supply will flow, and what once seemed bound to chance will reveal itself as law. Law that never fails. Say it with me now aloud, as a seal upon all we have learned. God is my unfailing supply. I win now under grace in perfect ways. I bless every dollar and it multiplies. I thank God for my immediate and endless abundance. Say it until you feel the vibration rise within you, until the words no longer sound like hope but like certainty, until the truth burns in your bones like fire shut up in your heart. That is when you will know that the decree is alive and the harvest cannot be delayed. And if you desire to go further, if you long not only to win but to multiply, not only to receive but to expand, then go with me into the next teaching. This one sentence multiplies every dollar you touch. There I will give you the decree of increase, the law of expansion, the secret by which every sum in your hand grows larger, every coin returns multiplied, every channel overflows. Click it now and continue the journey. For the law is endless, the supply is infinite, and the word is your wand. Before this night closes its eyes, your words can command money to come. I do not speak of chance but of law. The same law that brings the sunrise will bring supply when you call it. And if you doubt, I tell you this, the doubt itself has already robbed you. Tonight you will learn to speak in such a way that money obeys. In this 2-hour teaching, I will show you how to speak words that never return void. I will unfold why most prayers are weak, why fear ruins the harvest, and why the simplest sentence can bring more money than years of toil. You will hear stories of people who received thousands when they had only dollars. You will learn affirmations of prosperity, that open channels you never imagined. And before we end, I will place in your hands a treasury of words to speak each night, words that draw money, opportunities, and freedom to you in ways that are always safe, perfect, and right. Do not turn away, for what you hear tonight may change the condition of your purse and the condition of your soul. Now, here's something most people completely miss. They believe money is only the result of effort, of sweat, of calculation, of trading time for wages. But I tell you, money and every form of good is first the result of words. Every word you speak is a seed cast into the soil of the subconscious. And as surely as acorns bring oaks and wheat brings wheat, so every word brings its own kind of harvest. Think of it. You open your mouth and speak carelessly. I can never get ahead. Money always slips through my hands. Nothing ever works out for me. You think those are just passing remarks, empty phrases, but the law does not forget. The subconscious mind has no sense of humor. It cannot dismiss a joke or ignore a sigh. It receives those words as orders. It plants them deep, and sooner or later you meet them in your outer world. And then you wonder why lack follows you like a shadow. But the same law that makes idle words dangerous makes deliberate words powerful beyond measure. Jesus said, "By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." Why? Because the word is seed, and seed must grow. Speak lack, and lack multiplies. Speak abundance, and abundance flows. Speak failure, and doors close. Speak victory, and the way opens. Let me show you how this law operates. I knew a man who always said, "I miss the car. No matter how I hurry, it always pulls away just as I arrive." And for years that became his experience. The car always left him behind. His daughter, however, made a different law for herself. She declared, "I always catch the car. It always comes right as I get there." And so it did. Each lived under the law of their own word. Each proved in the smallest detail that words are seeds, and seeds unfailingly bring a harvest. Now you may say, "But Florence, those are such little things. Missing a car, catching a car, what does that matter?" And I answer, if the law works in the little things, it will work in the great. If it can bring you a car at the corner, it can bring you a fortune at the bank. It is the same soil, the same seed, the same harvest. The only question is, what are you planting? This is why I tell you, never despise your words. Never treat them as casual. They are the builders of your life. And if you have spoken many weeds in the past, do not despair. Begin today to plant new seed. Declare, "I always have money. I always receive supply. I always walk into divine opportunities. I always arrive at the right place at the right time under grace in perfect ways." Speak it, and you set new law in motion. Remember, your life today is the crop of yesterday's words. Your life tomorrow will be the crop of today's words. Stop scattering weeds. Begin sowing wheat, for the word is seed and the harvest is sure. And here's the most wonderful truth. You do not need to wait a season. In the spiritual field, the harvest comes quickly. One new word of truth spoken in faith can uproot a forest of fear. One word can shift the tide of your affairs. As Isaiah declared, "My word shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that whereunto it is sent." That is the divine guarantee. So ask yourself now, what are the seeds on your lips? What are you planting as you lie down at night and rise in the morning? Because the field is always fertile, it will grow whatever you sow. So lack, reap lack. So abundance, reap abundance. So fear, reap fear. So faith, reap miracles. The law is exact and it never fails. That is why I tell you, guard your words as carefully as you would guard a treasure chest. For indeed, they are the treasure chest, the vault of your future. Every syllable you speak today is already shaping your tomorrow. And if you truly believe this, then you will never again allow poverty to slip past your lips. Here is a truth that strikes like lightning. Yet most people walk beneath its flash without ever lifting their eyes. Poverty is not created by conditions. Poverty is not created by governments. Poverty is not created by the market or the times. Poverty is created by the idle word. You may think your little jokes are harmless, your sighs insignificant, your careless phrase is unimportant, but the law never slumbers, and the subconscious never sleeps. It records every syllable, every vibration, every seed cast from your lips, and it brings it forth whether you like it or not, whether you meant it or not. The soil does not say to the farmer, "Did you intend to sow weeds or wheat?" It only receives the seed and grows it. So it is with the subconscious, and so it is with your life. I knew a woman once who often exclaimed when wearied by the responsibility of her home, "Oh, I'm sick and tired of this house. I wish I lived in a trunk." She said it over and over until it became her familiar phrase. She thought she was joking, thought she was lightening her burden with humor. But the subconscious has no sense of humor. It does not know a jest from a command. It only knows to obey, and so it obeyed. Years later, her fortune turned. Her possessions were scattered. Her home was gone, and she found herself living in one room with her belongings packed away in a trunk. She had spoken herself into a trunk word by word, phrase by phrase, seed by seed. Do you see how dangerous the idle word can be? How it undermines, how it corrodes, how it silently plants a crop of thorns in the unseen, and yet men and women go on speaking death into their own affairs. This job will be the death of me. Money doesn't grow on trees. With my luck, it will all fall apart. I can't afford this. I can't afford that. And as faithfully as spring follows winter, the harvest appears. It looks like chance. It looks like misfortune. It looks like bad luck. But it is only the invisible record of words now printed in the visible. I tell you plainly, never make a joke of poverty, never jest with illness, never play with lack. For the subconscious takes you at your word. It does not stop to argue. It does not laugh. It does not wink. It is the faithful servant, and it executes what is impressed upon it. That is why so many live in conditions they never truly desired, but which they idly commanded. And if you have done this, if you have spoken carelessly, do not despair. For the same tongue that planted weeds can plant wheat. The same lips that commanded lack can command abundance. The same voice that condemned can now justify. How then do you turn the tide? You break the old records. You smash the old grooves. You lift up your voice and declare, "Every untrue word I have spoken returns to its native nothingness. Every idle seed I cast is uprooted, burned, and dissolved. I now make new and perfect records. I now plant words of wealth, words of health, words of love, words of freedom, and these shall grow quickly under grace in perfect ways." Do you see the power in that? You are not bound to yesterday's harvest. You can till the ground afresh. You can clear the field. You can speak a new crop into being. I remember another woman, one who possessed great wealth, who constantly joked that she was getting ready for the poorhouse. She laughed, she smiled, she thought it clever, but the law was listening. The subconscious was recording. And not many years later, she was indeed destitute, living in lack. Her abundance dissolved. Her plenty vanished because she had prepared for the poor house with her own tongue. How many people today are walking into the very poor house they mocked yesterday, never knowing they built its walls with their own words? Now you may be thinking, "But Florence, I've already spoken such things. I've already made such careless remarks. Is it too late for me?" No, my friend, it is never too late. The word that destroys is the same word that heals. Begin today to reverse it. Begin today to cancel every idle word. Begin today to bless, not curse. Begin today to praise, not complain. Begin today to declare abundance, not lack. You will see how swiftly the weeds wither when the new seeds are sown with conviction and faith. So I say again, words are never idle. Words are never casual. Words are never harmless. They are instruments of creation or destruction. They are seeds of harvest or famine. They are records that the subconscious spins out into form. And once you know this, once you see it clearly, you will guard your tongue as you would guard a treasure chest. You will keep watch over your lips as a king guards the key to his kingdom. For indeed the tongue is the key. The tongue is the wand. The tongue is the hand that opens or closes the treasury of heaven. And if you have ears to hear, then let this moment mark the end of idle speech in your life. Let this be the hour you cease joking about lack, cease rehearsing failure, cease repeating fear. Let it be the hour you begin to speak only truth, only life, only prosperity. And when you do, the harvest will change, the field will brighten, and the very ground beneath your feet will yield abundance. Man's word is his wand. You hold in your mouth the very instrument of creation, the rod of authority, the scepter of dominion. Yet most go through life wielding it like a child swinging a toy stick, never knowing they are striking themselves with every careless blow. I tell you, every word is charged with power, alive with vibration, wrapped in the substance of spirit. And when you release it, you are not speaking into air. You are engraving upon the invisible. You are stamping your decree upon the unseen. And the unseen will crystallize into the seen with exactness and with certainty. There is no separation between your word and your world. Your word is your world. I remember a woman who came to me with just $2 in her purse. She was weary, disheartened, and ready to give in to despair. To her, it seemed that life had failed, that supply had dried up, that the door was shut. But I said to her, "We will bless the two, and we will call it your magic purse." This purse can never be depleted. It is filled with the substance of spirit. And as money goes out, money comes in under grace in perfect ways. I see it now cram-jammed, bulging with money. Yellow bills, green bills, pink checks, gold and silver flowing in and flowing out in endless circulation. And I held that vision for her, and I spoke those words over her purse, and she caught the spirit of it. She felt her bag heavy with supply. She dared to believe, and within a short time she received $6,000 as a gift. Do you see? She had not changed her toil. She had not labored for months. She had not schemed or struggled. She had only changed her word. She had waved her wand, and the invisible rushed to obey. This is the mystery and the majesty of the spoken word. It is not empty talk. It is creative decree. When you say I am broke, you conjure up want. When you say I am sick, you conjure up illness. When you say I am unlucky, you conjure up defeat. But when you say I am supplied, I am healthy. I am victorious, I am wealthy. You summon armies of angels. You set in motion the divine machinery. You open doors that no man can shut. Words are not shadows. Words are seeds. Words are forces. Words are commands. And if you could only hear with the inner ear, you would hear the echo of your own voice shaping the walls of your life. Think of a magician waving his wand over the stage, and at once objects appear, vanish, or transform. The audience gasps, for they think it is sleight of hand, they think it is trickery. But in truth, every man is a magician, and every man carries his wand on his tongue. You wave it when you speak, and lo, what was not there comes into being, and what was there dissolves away. You wave it when you complain, and behold, lack appears. You wave it when you bless, and behold, abundance multiplies. The law is impersonal, the power is impartial. The word is the switch that turns on the current. Now you may say, "But Florence, I have spoken truth. I have made affirmations and still I see no change." And I answer, you must not waver. The wand only works when it is lifted with faith. A child playing with a stick may wave it aimlessly, but a king lifts his scepter with command. When you speak, do not plead, do not beg, do not wish. Command, declare, announce, say, with authority, infinite spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Great avalanches of abundance flow to me now under grace in perfect ways. Say it until it takes hold of you. Say it until you feel it pulse in your veins. Say it until the subconscious accepts it as law. And then stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. And here is something even greater. When you make your word a wand, you do not need to strain or struggle to visualize every detail. The divine designer holds the pattern. You need only to speak the word of truth and leave the form to infinite intelligence. The philosopher leaves the cut of his coat to the tailor, so must you leave the pattern of your supply to God. You speak your abundance. You declare your wealth, and the ways and means will come of themselves. The channels will open, the The doors will swing wide, the opportunities will appear. Your part is the word, God's part is the way. So I say to you now, lay down the idle chatter, put away the careless phrases, and take up your wand, make your speech your magic. When you reach into your wallet, declare, this is the purse of spirit, forever filled, forever replenished. Money goes out and money rushes back in under grace in perfect ways. When you stand before a closed door, declare, behold, I set before me the open door of destiny, and no man shall shut it. When you are tempted to doubt, declare, my word is my wand, and what I speak in faith must come to pass. Do not wait for proof to speak. Speak and proof will follow. For the word is the wand, and when you wield it with faith, the invisible must bow. The visible must rearrange, and your life must blossom into the prosperity, the health, the love, and the joy that belong to you by divine right. Here is something that shocks the world, because the world has built its altar to sweat and strain. But the altar is false, and the sacrifices upon it are wasted. Most people believe that money, success, and security are won only by harder labor, longer hours, greater effort. They rise before dawn. They exhaust themselves with endless tasks. They chase opportunity with fear at their heels, and they fall into bed at night, weary, anxious, and no richer in spirit than when they awoke. They bow to toil as though toil were a god. But I tell you, toil is an idol, and like all idols, it cannot save. It cannot bless. It cannot give increase. It can only demand sacrifice. Man was not created for endless struggle. Man was created to walk in dominion, to speak the word and watch the law of supply fulfill it. Think of it. If money came only by toil, then the hardest workers of the world would be the richest. Yet look around you. Are they the miner who breaks his body in the dark? The laborer who sweats beneath the sun? The mother who wears herself thin with endless tasks? Where is their overflowing supply? They toil and still they lack. And at the same time, there are those who work with joy. Those who move in ease, those who speak the word and watch channels open in ways that toil alone could never create. What is the difference? It is the difference between laboring in the carnal law and commanding in the spiritual law. Jesus said, ask and it shall be given you. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. He did not say sweat and it shall be given you. He did not say worry and it shall be given you. He said ask and ask with faith. When you live by toil alone, you set up a law of exhaustion. You say it all depends on me, on my strength, on my cleverness, on my ability to wrestle life into giving me a crumb. And so your supply shrinks to the measure of your own little strength. But when you live by the spoken word, you shift the burden onto infinite intelligence. You say, God is my supply. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want, and the law rushes to obey. Doors swing open that no effort could have pried loose. Opportunities appear that no amount of pushing and striving could have created. The channel is not in your sweat. The channel is in your word. I once saw a man who came to me desperate, working day and night, yet sinking deeper in debt. He said, if I can just work harder, perhaps I can turn the tide. But the tide did not turn, for he was rowing against the current of truth. I told him plainly, stop trying to do with your muscles what must be done with your mouth. Speak the word, declare your supply, act as though God has already provided, and rest in faith. It is not more work you need, it is more word. He obeyed reluctantly at first, for the world had taught him to trust only in labor. But he began to speak, God is my unfailing supply. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. And within weeks channels opened, money came through unexpected avenues, and debts that had weighed him like stones melted away. The difference was not in the effort but in the law he invoked. Now hear me. I do not condemn work. Work with joy. Work as an outlet for your gifts, and it will prosper you. But never believe that toil alone, work alone, strain alone can be your savior. Work is the servant, not the master. The master is the word. To live by toil is to live in Egypt, making bricks without straw. To live by the word is to walk in Canaan, where milk and honey flow. You must choose where you dwell. And perhaps you say, but Florence, the bills are real, the needs are pressing. I cannot sit idle and wait for heaven to rain money. No, you do not sit idle. You act as you are led. But you first speak the word. You first align with law. You first command supply, then your actions are guided. Your steps are ordered. Your labor is multiplied, and the smallest effort brings a great harvest. Without the word, your work is a desert. With the word, your work is a garden. That is the futility of toil without truth. And that is the miracle of truth without toil. So I say to you, do not worship at the altar of sweat. Lay your burdens on the altar of faith. Do not believe the lie that the harder you work, the richer you will be. Believe instead the truth that the clearer you speak, the faster your good arrives. For life is not meant to be an endless climb uphill with a load upon your back. Life is meant to be the unfolding of divine design, where doors open at a word, where rivers part at a command, where manna falls from heaven at your decree. And the one who knows this law will prosper more with a whisper of faith than another will with years of toil. Now I must show you the shadow twin of faith, for unless you see its disguise, you will not know how many times you have bowed before it. That shadow is fear, and hear me, fear is not nothing. Fear is not absence. Fear is not an empty void. Fear is inverted faith. It is the same creative power of belief, but turned upside down, planted in the soil of evil instead of good, watered with dread instead of expectation, and it brings forth its own harvest just as faithfully as faith brings forth abundance. Fear is faith in the wrong outcome. Fear is belief in lack instead of supply. Fear is confidence in failure instead of victory, and the law does not discriminate. It will grow whatever seed you plant, whether you call it faith or whether you call it fear. I once knew a man who begged me to speak the word for him that his debt might be cleared. I spoke it gladly and told him to see himself free, to imagine the debt paid, to hold to that vision and act as though the supply was already at hand. But instead of walking in faith, he spent his days rehearsing what he would say to his creditor when he failed to pay, planning the excuses he would make, imagining the arguments he would face. He was preparing for failure even as he asked for success. He was exercising fear instead of faith, and the result was as sure as if he had asked me to curse him. For the subconscious does not say, "Oh, this is only worry." It does not count. No, it receives the picture. It takes it as an order and it brings it forth in form. How many people today are living in the harvest of their own inverted faith? They fear sickness and the sickness comes. They fear loss and loss comes. They fear rejection and rejection comes. They fear poverty and poverty comes. And then they cry out, "Why did this happen to me? Why has God forsaken me?" But God has not forsaken them. They have forsaken the law of truth and bent the same creative power into the service of their own destruction. Faith and fear are the same stream. One flows toward the light, the other toward the darkness. You choose the direction, but the current always obeys. That is why Jesus said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" He did not say they had no faith at all. He said their faith was little, weak, bent toward fear instead of truth. Fear is simply faith in evil. Fear is misplaced confidence. Fear is imagination turned against itself. And until you see fear for what it is, you will continue to allow it to occupy your heart as though it were natural, as though it were human, as though it were harmless. But fear is not harmless. Fear is the great enemy of supply. Fear is the thief that climbs in at the window while you sleep. Fear is the poison that turns every good seed into a bitter fruit. So what is the remedy? The remedy is substitution. Whenever fear rises, do not argue with it. Do not wrestle with it. Do not analyze it. Speak truth in its place. Substitute faith for fear, word for worry, affirmation for dread. If fear says you will not be able to pay this bill, you answer it once. God is my unfailing supply. This bill is paid in full under grace in perfect ways. If fear says, this sickness will destroy you, you answer, Divine life now floods my body and every cell is radiant with health. If fear says, your efforts will fail, you answer, I am victorious through Christ. What is mine by divine right now comes to me with speed and certainty. Speak the word and fear will dissolve like mist in the sun. And let me give you this revelation. Fear always comes before a demonstration. It is the army of the aliens that rises up before the dawn, the testing of the old beliefs that clamor before the new birth. That is why it is often darkest before the dawn. Why tormenting thoughts rise up just before a breakthrough. Do not be deceived. Do not turn back. Do not think the fear is a sign of failure. It is a sign that the old patterns are being uprooted. Rejoice in it. Declare your faith even more strongly. Stand your ground and say, though an host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. And you will see the dawn break, and your good will come rushing in like a flood. So I charge you now, stop giving your faith to evil. Stop watering weeds. Stop rehearsing disaster. Stop letting your imagination become a workshop for the enemy. Take your faith back, plant it in truth, place it in the soil of abundance, water it with praise, shine upon it with gratitude, and watch how quickly the harvest changes. For fear and faith are the same power. One enslaves you, the other frees you. One builds your prison, the other opens your door. Choose this day which you will serve, for the law will obey either master. Now here is something that will save you years of wandering in circles if you have ears to hear. The supply you seek will not always come through the channels you imagine, nor will it arrive by the schemes you contrive. The divine mind is infinite, and its ways are past finding out by mere reasoning. The channel of your abundance is not your employer, not your business, not your client, not your friend, not even the work of your own two hands. Those are only instruments. The true channel is intuition, the still small voice within that whispers, directs, and leads you in ways that logic would scorn, but that always prove perfect. Most people block their own supply by insisting that it must come in the way they have pictured, through the person they have chosen, by the plan they have devised. They limit the infinite by their finite imagination. And then they cry out that heaven has forgotten them. But heaven has not forgotten. They have simply shut their ears to the voice that guides. I knew a woman who came to me in great distress. She possessed just 8, and to her eyes it was not enough even to cover her next need. She was worn out, discouraged, and reasoning told her that the only sensible thing was to stay where she was and find work as best she could. But when I asked her, have you a hunch? Have you an inner feeling? Is there a whisper in you to do anything, to go anywhere? She said, yes, I have a hunch to go home, but it seems foolish, for home is a place of lack, a place of limitation. My reason says stay here, find employment, cling to what little you have. But I told her, never violate a hunch, obey the inner leading. That still small voice is the divine compass. If spirit says go, then go. It knows the way of your supply. She obeyed. She took her last coins and went home. And there, through a chain of events that no man could have planned, she met an old friend of her family. And through that friend, she received thousands of dollars in the most miraculous manner. She often said to me afterward, tell them about the woman who came with a dot and a hunch, for her testimony is a law in action. The channel of supply is intuition. Do you see now? Reason is a poor guide in the land of spirit. Reason sees only the facts of sense, only the shadows on the wall, only the present appearances. It says you cannot do that, you cannot afford this, you cannot go there, you must cling, you must hoard, you must strive. But intuition is the voice of the infinite within. It speaks from the fourth dimension, the realm of perfect ideas, where your supply is already prepared, where your path is already clear, where your prosperity is already complete. Intuition sees the bridge where reason sees the gap. Intuition sees the door where reason sees the wall. Intuition sees the harvest where reason sees only bare ground. And if you will listen, if you will obey, It will lead you to abundance by ways you never imagined. How often men and women betray their good because they dismiss their intuition. They feel an inner nudge to call a certain friend, to visit a certain place, to take a certain step, but they shrug it off as fancy, as foolishness, as too risky. They silence the whisper and follow the clamor of reason, and then they wonder why doors stay shut. But when at last they dare to trust the hunch, when at last they say, "This inner voice is the voice of God within me, and I will obey," then doors swing wide, opportunities fall into place, and what seemed impossible unfolds with ease. So I say to you, cultivate your intuition. Do not rush past it. Do not drown it in noise. Each night before you sleep, declare, "I am divinely sensitive to my intuitive leads. I hear clearly. I see clearly. I obey instantly." And in the morning, expect direction. Expect guidance. Expect the still small voice to go before you. It will not always thunder. It will not always shout, but it will impress you, nudge you, give you the quiet certainty that says, "This is the way. Walk ye in it." And when you follow, you will never miss the mark. Let this be plain. Your abundance is already prepared. It is not waiting to be created. It is waiting for you to walk into it. But the path is not mapped by logic. The path is traced by intuition. That is why you must trust the hunch, even when reason calls it foolish. That is why you must follow the whisper, even when appearances look barren. For the whisper comes from infinite intelligence, and infinite intelligence cannot fail. And so I charge you now. Cease leaning on your own understanding. Lean instead on the divine within. Make intuition your guide, your partner, your daily counselor. Then you will find that your atad multiplies into thousands. Your closed doors swing wide, your hidden treasures come forth, and your supply flows like a river under grace in perfect ways. Now, here is a mystery that most men and women pass by without a thought. Yet, it is the hinge upon which their entire fortune swings. The words you speak and the thoughts you hold in the stillness before sleep are the seeds of tomorrow's harvest. The subconscious mind is like a fertile garden that never slumbers, and whatever is dropped into it at the closing of the day will sprout with power in the hours when you are unaware. All day long you may scatter careless words and idle fears and see little immediate result. But when you lie down and pass through the twilight into slumber, the gates of the subconscious open wide, and the watchman at the gate grows drowsy, and every word slips through to be planted as law. That is why I tell my students, do not let the sun go down upon your fears, for the last thought of the night becomes the first fruit of the morning. The scriptures say, "He giveth his beloved sleep." But what is he giving? Not only rest for the body, but impressions for the soul. In the night season, the subconscious builds, restores, renews, and brings forth according to the record it has received. If the record is one of dread, of unpaid bills, of lack, of failure, then those are the pictures impressed, and the harvest will be lack and failure. But if the record is one of abundance, of thanksgiving, of faith, of joy, then the subconscious will work all night long as a silent servant, bringing to pass those very conditions in ways too wonderful to trace. That is why the wise man guards his last words as a king guards his crown, for he knows that the night magnifies them 100-fold. I have seen it time and again. A woman came to me weary and broken, saying, "I pray by day, I affirm by day, but nothing changes." I asked her, "What are the last words you speak at night?" She answered, "I worry over my rent. I go to bed reciting my debts." And I told her, "Then you are undoing in the night what you attempt in the day." Your subconscious does not argue, it does not reason. It only accepts. If you tell it debt, it gives you debt. If you tell it lack, it gives you lack. But if you tell it abundance, it must give you abundance. Change your last words, and you will change your life. She obeyed, and within weeks the tide of her affairs turned, for the night is the hour of sealing. Think of the farmer. He does not scatter his seed on the hard road at noon. When the sun beats down and the wind blows it away, he waits for the soft, receptive earth, and then he plants. So it is with the soul. The mind at night is softened, receptive, open. It takes the seed without resistance. The wise plant prosperity, health, joy, and supply in that sacred hour. The foolish plant fear, regret, anger, and anxiety, and then marvel that weeds choke their field. But the law is exact, it cannot be mocked. What you sow, you reap, especially in the night watch. So I say to you, watch your words when the day is done. Guard your last thought as you would guard your treasure chest. Do not drift into slumber, murmuring of lack, for you will awaken to find lack multiplied. Do not fall asleep rehearsing your troubles, for you will rise to find them strengthened. Instead, speak boldly of your good. Declare, I walk in the kingdom of abundance. God is my unfailing supply. I rest tonight in plenty and I rise tomorrow in joy. Let those be your closing notes, and the subconscious will take them as orders and work all through the darkness to make them visible in the light. And here lies the great secret. Your tomorrows are written in the language you whisper before sleep. The night is not silence. The night is creation. What you impress before your eyes close is the pattern you will wear when your eyes open. Therefore, bless the night and bless the words you give it. For the night is the womb of your destiny. Most people do not realize that the greatest thief of their good is not the enemy outside, not the market, not the economy, not the cruel hand of chance. It is their own thoughts as they lay their heads upon the pillow. All day they may affirm. They may strive to think rightly. They may even speak words of truth with some measure of conviction. But when the night falls, they drop their guard. They let the army of the aliens march unchecked into their subconscious. And they wonder why their harvest is failure instead of success, lack instead of plenty, despair instead of joy. They fall asleep rehearsing unpaid bills, recounting grievances, repeating regrets, and imagining calamities. And then they rise to find their world darkened, as if the very night itself had pressed sorrow into the fabric of their day. I once counseled a woman who came to me weak, anxious, and nearly defeated. She said, I pray in the morning, I pray at noon, I try to affirm throughout the day, but still I cannot seem to rise above my troubles. And when I asked her plainly, what do you say before you sleep? She answered, I go to bed counting my debts, worrying what will happen tomorrow. And I told her, then you are planting weeds at night that choke the seeds you plant in the day. Your subconscious does not know the difference between just and earnest, between fear and faith, between truth and lie. It only accepts what it is told, and in the night season it magnifies it. That is why though you affirm by day, your worry by night is undoing your work. You are writing one story in the daylight and erasing it with the darkness. Understand this clearly. The subconscious is like the soil. Whatever is planted last will press deepest. If you go to sleep with fear, fear will take root. If you fall asleep rehearsing lack, lack will grow. If you whisper anger to yourself as you drift into slumber, anger will rise in your affairs. That is why so many wake heavy, though they slept many hours. Their bodies may have rested, but their souls were busy building the very conditions they dreaded. They wake and find the harvest waiting at their door, not knowing that it was they themselves who sweated the night before. I have seen the contrast, too, when someone dared to change the pattern. Another woman came to me who had long been bound by poverty. She confessed she lay awake night after night, worrying that she would be turned out of her home, that she would never see relief, that she was doomed to live in lack. I told her, you must reverse it. You must make your last word your best word. When you close your eyes, declare, God is my unfailing supply. I thank thee for my immediate, endless abundance. I sleep tonight in plenty and I rise tomorrow in joy. Say it and mean it, and let that be the final seed. She obeyed. At first her old habit of worry pulled her back, but night after night she pressed forward with the truth until soon her conditions shifted. Unexpected gifts arrived. New doors opened, and she was delivered because she had stopped planting weeds and started planting wheat in the night hours. That is why I tell you this solemn truth. Never carry your burdens into sleep. Cast them on the Christ within before you close your eyes. Say aloud, I cast this burden upon the Christ within and I go free. Then refuse to take it back. For if you carry your fears into the night, you will carry their fruits into the morning. But if you carry faith into the night, you will rise with miracles in your hand. So guard your last thoughts. Guard them more carefully than you guard your money. For money may be spent and regained, but a seed planted in the subconscious multiplies beyond measure. Stop rehearsing your troubles as though they were prayers. Stop counting your debts as though they were beads of a rosary. Stop going to bed with the sound of lack ringing in your ears. Instead, fill your mind with abundance, your heart with thanksgiving, and your lips with praise. And let those be the last notes you play before sleep. Then the subconscious will work with you, not against you. And you will find that even as you slumber, the angels of supply are on their way. Now that you see why the night is sacred and why careless thoughts before sleep are dangerous, let me tell you the glory of turning that same hour into the richest soil for your harvest. The subconscious does not argue. It does not delay. It does not forget. It only receives the words spoken with faith and magnifies it. That is why you must plant prosperity seeds before sleep. For the same way a farmer bends to the earth with his seed bag and scatters grain into the field, you bend to the soil of your soul and scatter the living words of abundance. You do not scatter weeds. You do not scatter poison. You scatter good seed, knowing that the earth will bring forth after its kind. I have often said to my students, your word is your wand. With it you wave away lack and summon plenty. But you must learn to wave it at the right hour. The twilight before sleep is the supreme hour. For then the conscious guard has grown weary, and every word passes straight into the fertile ground of the subconscious. That is when the magic purse is filled. That is when the invisible bank is opened. That is when the angels of supply are dispatched. So I tell you, do not fall asleep empty-handed. Fall asleep with a decree upon your lips, and you will awaken with its fruit in your affairs. I knew a woman who had but $2 to her name. Instead of murmuring lack, she blessed it as the magic purse of the Spirit. She declared, this purse is crammed, jammed with abundance. Money goes out and immediately comes in under grace in perfect ways. She pictured it bulging with bills and gold, and she went to bed with that picture burning in her heart. Not many days later, she received 6,000. That is the power of planting prosperity seeds in the night. The picture you fall asleep with will press itself into form. For the subconscious is a tireless gardener working while you rest. So tonight, when you lay your head down, do not whisper of debts, whisper of dividends. Do not count bills, count blessings. Do not imagine doors shut, imagine gates lifted. Say aloud, I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay. Say, God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways. Say, I thank thee for my immediate and endless abundance. I sleep in plenty. I rise in joy. Let those be the seeds you scatter, and the harvest will amaze you. Understand this. Prosperity planted in the night does not always spring up in the same field where you planted it. The infinite chooses the channel. You may affirm at midnight, and the answer may come through a business offer, through a forgotten debt repaid, through a gift, through a sale, through a door you never thought to knock upon. But come it must, for the law never sleeps, and the seed never dies. Do not try to dictate the method. Simply plant and leave the harvest to the infinite gardener. So let me charge you. Every night before you close your eyes, sow only the words you desire to reap. Do not allow fear or doubt or complaint to be the last guest at your table. Let abundance, joy, and thanksgiving be your companions as you enter sleep. For the field of night is fertile, and the harvest is sure. Sow lack and reap lack. Sow plenty and reap plenty. Sow with fear and you will rise with dread. Sow with faith and you will rise with miracles in your hand. There are moments when the shadow presses so close, when the summons of the world appears so final that men and women tremble and say, it is too late. There is no way I am undone. Yet I declare to you that with God there is no lateness, no failure, no impossibility, for the Spirit is never too late, and supply is always present in the invisible awaiting the call of faith. I recall a woman who came to me in deep despair, her face pale, her hands trembling, for she was to be sued within days for 3,000. She had no idea from where it might come, no family to call upon, no friends of wealth to rescue her, no plan, no provision. She stood at the edge of disaster. Yet I told her calmly, God is your supply, and there is always a supply for every demand. If you will hold in faith, if you will act rich even in the face of lack, if you will speak the word and refuse to prepare for failure, the Spirit will bring you deliverance. We spoke the word together. We gave thanks in advance. We affirmed with boldness. Infinite Spirit opens the way for the immediate supply. She is an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to her by divine right. She looked at me doubtfully, for appearances screamed otherwise. Yet I said to her, Appear are the lies of sense. Faith is the voice of truth. Go now and act as though you already possess the money. Do not economize in fear. Do not tremble as though beaten, but walk as one who is abundantly supplied. She obeyed. That very day we lunched together and I said, This is no time for bread and water. Order something fine. Act as if you are already supplied. She hesitated, then smiled faintly and followed my instruction. Faith must have action, or it is not faith at all. It is only words. The 15th, the dreaded day came, and still no money had appeared. She telephoned me in panic. What shall I do? They will sue me today, I replied. It is Saturday. They cannot sue you today. God is never too late. Rest in the certainty that Spirit is arranging it perfectly. The next morning she rang me again, her voice almost broken, begging me to stay with her, to keep her courage up. I refused, for I knew she must stand on the law for herself. I told her Spirit is never late. Hold fast. That evening her call came once more, but this time with a trembling excitement. My dear, a miracle has happened. My cousin, whom I had not seen for years, appeared suddenly at my door. I did not want to receive him, but my maid called him back. He visited for an hour, and just as he was leaving, he turned and said, Oh, by the way, how are finances? I confessed my need, and without hesitation, he declared, I will give you 3,000 on the first of the month. She was in anguish, for she needed it, not at the first, but at once. Yet I said, Keep treating, keep declaring. Spirit is never too late. The very next morning that cousin telephoned again, saying, Come at once to my office. I will give you the money today. By afternoon, she had the 3,000 credited in her account, and she wrote her checks joyfully, as quickly as her hand could move. Thus, at the last hour, the invisible became visible, and the supply was made manifest, for the law cannot fail. What is the lesson here? That one must not prepare for failure, for in doing so, one writes failure into the subconscious and attracts it. That one must not tremble at the appearance of lack, but walk boldly in the assurance of plenty. That one must not dictate the channel, for she did not imagine her cousin would appear. Yet Spirit used him as the channel. And most of all, that one must hold firm even when the clock of the world strikes the final hour. For Spirit is not bound by clocks, calendars, or deadlines. So I say to you, if you face debt, if you face demand, if you face the pressing hand of the world saying pay or perish, stand still and declare, God is my unfailing supply. Infinite Spirit opens the way for my immediate abundance. What is mine by divine right now comes to me in perfect ways. Do not prepare your speech of defeat. Do not plan what you will say when they demand and you cannot give. That is inverted faith. Faith in lack, and it will draw lack to you. Instead, prepare your speech of victory. See yourself paying the debt. See yourself rejoicing as the supply flows in. Picture the account settled, the burden lifted, the joy of freedom. Speak it, act it, thank it, and it will be so. For the law of supply is exact, and there is always provision for every demand. But you must call it forth with your word and stand unwavering until it comes. The woman who feared she was ruined became the woman delivered in triumph because she dared to speak the word and hold to it in the face of appearances. Let her story be your proof. God is never late, and your supply will meet you when you stand fast in truth. There is a story I love to tell because it paints so vividly the truth that your word is your wand, and that the imagination you clothe with words becomes flesh before your eyes. A woman came to me once with only $2 in her purse. She was discouraged. She was afraid. She was certain that nothing could come of such a small sum. To her those two looked like a symbol of her defeat, but I would not see lack for her. I said, "We shall bless these two. We shall call this your magic purse. This purse belongs to the Spirit, and it can never be depleted. As money goes out, money immediately comes in under grace and in perfect ways. This purse is always crammed and jammed with money. It is filled with yellow bills and green bills, pink checks and blue checks, gold and silver, currency of every kind. It is bulging with abundance. See it now. Feel it now." At first she smiled faintly as though it were a child's fancy, but as I spoke the picture came alive. She saw it in her mind's eye, her little bag heavy with money almost bursting at the seams. She felt it, she believed it, and suddenly she was so filled with faith that she gave me one of her $2 as a love offering. I received it, for I dared not deny her faith by seeing lack for her. Not many days afterward, she was given a gift of 6,000 nausen. The two had multiplied into thousands, because she dared to bless what she had, and to speak the word of plenty over it. Do you see what happened? She changed the record. She refused to let the $2 stand as a record of lack, and instead she rewrote the story with her word. The subconscious does not know arithmetic. It does not know the difference between 2,000 and 2,000,000. It only knows the picture impressed upon it by word and by faith. She declared her purse was crammed and jammed, and the subconscious rushed to fulfill that picture. This is the law. This is the reason why I tell you never say your purse is empty. Never say your wallet is thin. Never say your bag is light. Always declare that it is full, overflowing, crammed with supply. For words paint pictures, and pictures become conditions. Now you may say, "But Florence, I have only a few coins in my purse. How can I honestly say it is full?" And I answer, you are not commanded to report appearances. You are commanded to declare truth. Truth is that your supply is infinite, immediate, and inexhaustible. When you speak the word, you align yourself with truth, and appearances must change to match. That is why Jesus said, "Judge not according to appearances, but judge righteous judgment." If you judge by what your eyes see, you will speak lack and reap lack. But if you judge by truth, you will speak plenty and reap plenty. I knew another woman who adopted this affirmation of the magic purse. She declared daily, "This purse of mine is the purse of spirit. It can never be depleted. Money goes out and money comes in under grace in perfect ways. It is always crammed, jammed, bulging with money." She carried this consciousness with her wherever she went. Soon her business flourished. Unexpected channels opened, and she found her purse continually replenished. She said to me, "I no longer fear money going out, for I know it rushes back in greater measure." That is the power of the affirmation, for it changes fear into faith, and fear into faith is always the key that unlocks supply. So I say to you now, take your purse, take your wallet, take whatever you carry and bless it. Say aloud, "This purse of mine is a magic purse. It can never be depleted. It is always crammed and jammed with money. Money goes out and money flows back in under grace in perfect ways." Say it daily. Say it faithfully. Say it until the picture burns in your mind and the feeling floods your soul. Do not wait for the purse to be full to say it. Say it and it will be full. For the law is that what you see inwardly will manifest outwardly. And remember this, the purse is only a symbol. What you are really filling is your consciousness. What you are really declaring is that your supply is endless. For it comes not from a paycheck, not from a client, not from a business, but from the infinite source itself. Your purse may be the channel, but spirit is the supply. And when you align your word with spirit, Every purse, every wallet, every account you touch will overflow. So do not despise the day of small things. Do not mock the two. Do not curse the empty purse. Bless it, speak over it, fill it with the word of plenty, and watch how quickly it multiplies into thousands. For the purse of spirit can never be depleted, and your word, when spoken with faith, will always prove it. There was once a young woman who read my book and dared to believe its message, though she had nothing in her hand to prove it. She was employed at a small salary, her days filled with dull routine, her purse always light, her prospects dim. Yet, as she read the words, "I have a magical work in a magical way, I give magical service for magical pay," something leapt in her spirit. It was a hunch, a flash, an intuition that she should open a tea room and candy shop. To her reasoning mind, it seemed impossible. She had no capital, no experience, no backing. But the idea persisted, as true ideas always do, until at last she said, "If Spirit has given the plan, then Spirit will open the way." She boldly procured a shop, gathered a few assistants, and spoke the word for supply. Supply came. It came in miraculous ways. Customers appeared, the shelves were filled, and from the very first day, the place was alive with people. The tea room was crammed and jammed, to use her own words. They stood in line, waiting for tables, and her assistants could hardly keep pace. Her relatives shook their heads. Her friends doubted, but she kept her eyes single, declaring each day, "God is my supply, and every day is a good day." She refused to bow to appearances, and appearances bowed to her. I remember one holiday when her helpers grew gloomy and said, "We cannot expect much business today. It is a holiday, people will stay at home." But she replied at once, "God is my supply, not man. And every day is a good day." That very afternoon, an old friend came into the shop and bought a 2 lb box of candy. He wrote a check, and when she opened it, it was for 100. 100 for a box of candy. That is what faith can do. That is what the spoken word can command. She proved that business is not dependent on seasons, nor on holidays, nor on men's moods, but on the law of spirit, which says, "Ask, and it shall be given you. Speak, and it shall be done unto you." Now, I tell you this, her success was not in the tea, nor in the candy. It was in her word. Many have opened tea rooms and failed because they trusted only in location, in advertising, in cleverness. She succeeded because she trusted in God, because she spoke truth daily, because she held fearless faith in the face of doubt. That is why I tell you, your good does not come from the thing you do, but from the spirit behind it. The thing is, but the channel, the word is the cause. How many men and women today stand before opportunities but shrink back, saying, "I cannot, I do not know how, I have not the means." They close the door with their own lips. But this young woman flung the door open with her word, and spirit rushed to fill it. And so it shall be with you if you will dare to speak truth, dare to follow intuition, dare to declare abundance when others predict failure. So take courage. Say aloud each day, "I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay." Do not ask how, do not reason why. Declare it, believe it, expect it. And you will see doors open, business flow, customers come, opportunities multiply. For it is not your toil, but your faith, not your fear, but your word, not your weakness, but the infinite within you that makes your life crammed and jammed with good. Here is something that most people do not understand, and because they do not understand it, their affirmations fall to the ground powerless. Their prayers are little more than whispers in the wind. Their words return void. They choose weak, vague, lifeless words, and they wonder why nothing changes. But the subconscious is not moved by vague mutterings. It is impressed by vivid command, by words that paint a picture so clear that the imagination cannot help but see it. Your imaging faculty is your creative faculty, and words are the brush with which you paint. If you say, "I want more money," the picture is thin, colorless, and indefinite. The subconscious does not know what to do with it. But if you say, "My purse is crammed and jammed with money, bulging with abundance, overflowing with bills and checks and gold," Then you create a picture that seizes the imagination, and the subconscious must act upon it. That is why I gave my student the affirmation of the magic purse. Not just I have money, but I see my purse crammed, jammed, bulging with abundance. It is impossible not to see a picture when you hear those words. The words paint it. The imagination grasps it, the subconscious obeys it, and the law fulfills it. Fear works the same way. For when you say, I fear disaster, you see disaster, and the subconscious works to bring it forth. But faith paints brighter pictures, and faith always prevails when it is spoken with vivid words. Consider this. Jesus said, By thy words, thou shalt be justified, and by thy words, thou shalt be condemned. He did not say, Be thy vague longings, but by thy words sharp, vivid, definite. Words are the containers of power, and the more alive the word, the more power it carries. That is why affirmations must be spoken in language that awakens the imagination. When you say crammed, jammed, bulging, the mind cannot help but see a purse overflowing, money spilling out, supply rushing in, and what the mind sees with faith, the law must bring to pass. I remember another case, a woman who had repeated affirmations of prosperity for months without result. She said, Florence, I say I am prosperous, but nothing happens. I told her, Your words are too pale. They do not stir the imagination. They do not command the subconscious. Begin to say, I give thanks that my purse is filled with abundance, overflowing, crammed, and jammed with good. I see money pouring in from every direction under grace in perfect ways. She obeyed, and within a few weeks money began to appear through channels she had never considered. She came back to me astonished, saying, Now I understand. It is not enough to whisper the word. I must speak it with color, with life, with vision. So I tell you, when you choose your affirmations, choose words that are alive, words that paint pictures, words that leave no room for doubt. Do not say, I hope for better. Say, I walk in abundance now. I see my life overflowing with every good thing. Do not say, I wish for health. Say, every cell of my body is radiant with divine life, vibrant with energy, glowing with health. Do not say, I want peace. Say, the peace of God floods my heart, fills my mind, and radiates through every part of my being. Speak it until you see it. Speak it until you feel it. Speak it until the picture is alive, and then the law will hasten to clothe it in form. Never be afraid to use extravagant words for good, for the infinite is extravagant in its giving. Look at the stars. Look at the sands of the sea. Look at the flowers of the field. God never measures out by thimble. He pours out by avalanche. So do not limit your affirmations with smallness. Speak largely, speak vividly, speak boldly, and your life will become the picture you paint. Now I must give you a safeguard. For words are powerful, and once spoken with faith, they will move swiftly to take form. But if you speak without wisdom, if you speak without guidance, you may draw to yourself what is not your divine portion, what is not your rightful inheritance, and what may in the end bring sorrow instead of joy. That is why I always teach my students to end every affirmation with these words under grace in perfect ways. For grace is the great adjuster. Grace is the hand of God correcting, protecting, and perfecting. Grace is the law lifted into love. When you add those words, you put your affirmation in the hands of infinite intelligence, and you are spared from the mistakes of your own limited choosing. I remember a woman who desired deeply to marry a certain man. She came to me pleading that I would speak the word for her. I told her plainly, I cannot make an affirmation to bring you this particular man, for he may not be your divine selection. But I can speak the word that the right man, the man who is yours by divine design, will come to you under grace in perfect ways. She was disappointed, for her will was fixed on that one person. But after a time she obeyed and began to speak, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right man to come to me under grace and in perfect ways. Before long, a man came into her life, one far better suited, one who was her true mate, and she was unspeakably grateful that she had not forced her own choice upon the law. For had she fastened herself to the wrong one, her life would have been filled with misery. Grace saved her. This is why I tell you, do not dictate to God. Do not tell infinite intelligence how your good shall come through whom, by what channel, in what manner. For your sight is narrow, but God's sight is infinite. You may think a particular door is the only one, but God has 1,000 doors hidden in the wall. You may think one man or woman is the source of your supply, but God has countless channels waiting in readiness. If you command without grace, you may indeed force open the door you have chosen, but it may slam shut upon your hand. If you declare with grace, then only that which belongs to you by divine right will come, and it will come without struggle, without sorrow, without stain. Think of it this way: the child may cry for a knife, but the mother in her wisdom gives him bread. If the mother obeyed the child's words without grace, she would give him the knife and it would wound him. But in love, she gives him what is safe, what nourishes, what blesses. So it is with grace. You may cry for what is not yours. You may demand what would harm you. But when you add under grace in perfect ways, you give God the freedom to turn aside what is harmful and to pour out what is good. And when it comes, it will come without regret, without shadow, without sting. So never leave those words out. When you speak for money, say, "Large sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways." When you speak for success, say, "My perfect work now comes to me under grace in perfect ways." When you speak for love, say, "My right relationship now appears under grace in perfect ways." When you speak for health, say, "Divine life floods my body, now under grace in perfect ways." For grace is the wall of fire around you, the sword that turns every curse into blessing, the shield that ensures that only what is rightfully yours can enter. Therefore, never fear to speak largely, never fear to speak boldly, never fear to declare abundance. Only be sure to place your word within the custody of grace. Then you may rest secure knowing that no harm can come, no wrong door can open, no false gift can be received. You will walk in safety. You will receive your good unmarred, and you will rejoice that every word you spoke has been perfected by the hand of God. There is a law that few understand, though it is written plainly in the gospel and proven daily in the affairs of those who practice it. That law is the law of multiplication through gratitude and praise. You remember the story of Jesus with the loaves and fishes. How he took the little that was placed before him, a few loaves and a few small fish, not enough to feed the multitude. And instead of saying, "This is not sufficient. This is not enough. How shall we provide?" he lifted them up, gave thanks, and blessed them. And the record says that the loaves and fishes multiplied until thousands were fed and fragments remained. He did not curse the smallness. He blessed the portion. He did not complain of the lack. He gave thanks for the abundance. In blessing, the little became much. In thanksgiving, the insufficient became more than sufficient. In praise, lack was transmuted into overflow. This is the law, and it never fails. Whatever you bless increases. Whatever you praise expands. Whatever you thank God for multiplies in your life. And the opposite is also true. Whatever you curse shrivels. Whatever you complain of decreases. Whatever you call not enough slips further away. That is why so many live in continual lack. They look at the purse and say it is too small. They look at the table and say it is meager. They look at the work and say it is not enough. And so they condemn their own portion, and the portion withers in their hand. But if they would dare even with a handful to lift it up and say, "I bless this. I thank thee that it multiplies. I give praise for this evidence of supply, knowing that more is rushing to me now under grace in perfect ways." Then that little would become much, and that handful would turn into a harvest. I recall a woman who came to me with only a small sum of money left, trembling that it could not last the week. I told her, "Do not curse it by calling it small. Bless it. Lay your hand upon it and declare, 'I thank God for this evidence of supply, and I see it multiplying under grace.'" She obeyed, though it seemed foolish to her reason. She blessed the little sum, praised God for it, and treated it as though it were a fortune. And soon unexpected channels opened, new income came, and she saw with her own eyes the truth of the law. The little she blessed had multiplied. So I tell you, if you desire increase, begin not by crying out at the emptiness, but by praising God for the fullness. Begin not by cursing the day of small things, but by thanking God that the seed is already in your hand. Say, I thank thee that my supply is endless and immediate. I praise thee that my purse is filled and refilled. I bless the money that passes through my hands, knowing it returns multiplied. I rejoice that my barns are full and my cup runs over. Let thanksgiving be your habit. Let praise be your atmosphere. Let blessing be on your lips continually, and you will live in increase. And remember this, gratitude is not a mere sentiment, it is a spiritual force. It is the very magnet that draws more of what you thank God for. When you say, I thank thee for my immediate supply, you are not merely being polite to heaven, you are swinging open the door for heaven's storehouse to pour itself into your affairs. Praise is not flattery, praise is power. It lifts your vibration, it tunes your soul to the note of abundance. It aligns your consciousness with the river of supply, and once aligned, the river cannot help but flow. Therefore, do not wait until you see the multiplication to give thanks. Give thanks now, and the multiplication must follow. Do not wait until you feel rich to praise. Praise now and riches will appear. Do not wait until you have the evidence in hand to bless. Bless now and the evidence will rush to meet you. This is the law. This is the secret. This is the way by which the loaves and fishes multiply still today. So I say to you, lift up your little, bless it, praise it, thank God for it, and you will see it turn into much. For gratitude and praise are the great multipliers, and he who uses them walks always in abundance. Now we come to the hour when all that has been said must be gathered into one living practice, for the seed of prosperity will not take root unless the soil of the soul has been prepared. And the soil, my friend, is the subconscious mind. That silent, ceaseless servant that never sleeps, never rests, never argues, never questions, but only receives and obeys. The subconscious is like a great photograph record. Whatever grooves you cut into it, it plays back again and again until the song of your life is nothing more than the echo of what you have impressed upon it. If you have filled it with fear, it will give you fear. If you have filled it with lack, it will give you lack. If you have filled it with failure, it will give you failure. But if you fill it with faith, it will give you faith's harvest. If you fill it with abundance, it will give you abundance's harvest. If you fill it with victory, it will give you victory's harvest. That is why the moments before sleep are holy, for then the watchman at the door of the mind grows drowsy. The gate swings open and every word you speak falls straight into the fertile ground of the subconscious. All day long you may affirm and argue and declare, but at night the word slips in without resistance, without debate, without hindrance, and what slips in will be multiplied while you sleep. The subconscious works all night long like a tireless gardener, cultivating, watering, bringing to life the seed you have sown. Therefore, if you wish to change your outer world, you must first change your inner word, and the time to do it is at the threshold of slumber. But hear me clearly, you cannot pour clean water into a cup filled with poison and expect to drink health. You must first empty the poison. So it is with the subconscious. Before you can plant the word of prosperity, you must clear away the weeds of fear and debt and anxiety. Many go to bed rehearsing their troubles, counting their debts, reliving their sorrows, and then wonder why they awaken heavy and their days are filled with lack. They have poisoned their subconscious with the last thought of the night, and the poison bears fruit by dawn. You must not do this. You must cast your burdens on the Christ within and refuse to carry them into sleep. Say aloud before closing your eyes, I cast this burden upon the Christ within and I go free and mean it. Release it. Let the divine take charge. Only then is the soil clear. Only then is the field ready. Only then can the new seed take root. And how shall you prepare further? By cleansing your words. Do not permit a single idle sentence of lack to cross your lips in those final moments. Do not murmur, "How shall I pay this bill? What if tomorrow brings disappointment? What if the channel closes?" These are weeds, and weeds grow quickly in the night. Instead, prepare your inner ground with praise and thanksgiving. Say, "I thank God for my immediate and endless supply. I rejoice in the abundance that is mine by divine right. I rest tonight in plenty and I rise tomorrow in joy." These are the furrows you cut in the soil. These are the grooves you trace on the record. These are the impressions that will be played back in the days to come. When you prepare your subconscious in this way, you create an open channel for the great decree, the mighty sentence of supply that I will soon place in your hand. You make ready the inner sanctuary so that when you speak the words, they are not choked by weeds. They are not drowned by fear. They are not cancelled by contradiction. They fall upon rich ground and they sprout quickly, bringing forth abundance in ways you could never have planned. So do not despise this preparation, for without it the decree is powerless. But with it the decree will move mountains, open doors, dissolve debts, and bring money to you in great avalanches of supply. Therefore, let tonight be different from every night that has gone before. Do not lie down with the old burdens. Do not sleep with the old fears. Do not rehearse the old troubles. Prepare the subconscious as you would prepare holy ground. And when you do, the word you speak will not return void, but will accomplish that for which it is sent. Now the hour has come, and you must receive the very sentence that will change the course of your affairs, if you will speak it with conviction, if you will let it take root in your subconscious, if you will carry it across the threshold of slumber. I have told you how words are seeds, how idle phrases can sow poverty, how faith must be planted at night, how weeds of fear must be uprooted, how grace must govern every decree, how gratitude multiplies the little into much. All of it has been preparation for this one command. And when you speak it, do not speak it as a beggar asking. Do not speak it as a child wishing. Do not speak it as one testing to see if it might work. Speak it as a king giving orders, as a queen declaring law, as a soul clothed with authority by the God who made you. Speak it once and let it echo in your heart. Speak it nightly and let the subconscious engrave it in stone. Speak it as truth, and truth will rise to meet you in the outer world. The sentence is this: God is my unfailing supply, and great sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways. Say it now. Let the words roll over your tongue like honey. Let them sink into your chest like fire. Let them rest in your bones like certainty. Do not say it lightly. Do not mutter it faintly. Do not whisper it with doubt. Say it as though heaven itself bends low to hear you. Say it as though angels take wing at the sound. Say it as though the very gates of supply swing open at the command, for indeed they do. And why these words? Because they leave no room for failure. They begin with God. Not man, not employer, not government, not chance, but God, the infinite, unfailing, inexhaustible source. If God is your supply, then lack is a lie. If God is your supply, then money must come, for God cannot fail. They affirm not only supply but great sums, for you must never limit the infinite by small demands. They declare that the money comes quickly, for God is not bound by slow channels, nor delayed by man's resistance. They seal the decree with grace so that nothing harmful, nothing false, nothing premature can enter, but only that which is rightfully yours, that which blesses you and all concerned, that which leaves no sorrow with it. And they close with perfect ways, for God's ways are ingenious, surprising, delightful, beyond the imagination of man. Speak this sentence as you lie down to sleep, and know that while you rest, the subconscious is engraving it, the invisible is arranging it, the law is fulfilling it. Do not rise in the morning and dig up the seed to see if it has sprouted. Give thanks instead that it is already done. Walk through your day with the quiet certainty that money is moving toward you, that channels are opening, that opportunities are arranging, that supply is on the way. Do not contradict your decree by speaking lack at breakfast, by sighing over bills at noon, by fretting at night. Guard your tongue, and let this sentence be your anchor. For I tell you, if you will say these words nightly, faithfully, gratefully, under grace, in perfect ways, you will see money come to you in unexpected avenues. You will see debts dissolved. You will see burdens lifted. You will see your purse filled and refilled, and you will stand in awe at the swiftness and the certainty of Spirit's response. You will be able to say, I once feared, I once begged, I once doubted, but now I command and it is done. For the word you speak is the seed, and the seed must grow and the harvest must come. So tonight, before you close your eyes, speak it. God is my unfailing supply, and great sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways. Speak it as the last word on your lips, the last thought in your mind, the last seed in your soil, and then rest, for the law will not fail you. Now, having spoken the decree, you must learn the holy art of release. For no word is complete until it is surrendered to divine intelligence. Many souls cancel their own good because after commanding supply, they begin to trace out the path with anxious fingers, demanding the channel, dictating the method, measuring the how and the when. They say the money must come through this employer, this business, this transaction, this person, and by fastening their eyes on one door, they shut out the 1,000 doors that Spirit has already opened. Do you not know the eternal is not bound to your plan? Do you not know the source is not limited to your reasoning? Do you not know that what you call impossible is only the infinite choosing another way? The law does not fail, but man fails when he clings to channels. You must speak the word and then release the channel. The law has 1,000 instruments, 1,000 roads, 1,000 messengers. It may come through a friend you had forgotten, through a business you did not expect, through a gift you never imagined, through an opportunity that looks at first like nothing. I have said before, the philosopher leaves the cut of his coat to the tailor. So must you leave the details of your supply to the master tailor of the universe. Order the garment of abundance, yes, but do not dictate the stitch, the seam, the fabric, the thread. Leave it to the divine designer who knows your size, your measure, your destiny better than you. Let me give you an image. Suppose you are ill and call a physician. Would you tell him the exact medicine, the dose, the treatment? If you knew these things, you would not need him. You call him because you trust his knowledge. Yet when you call on infinite intelligence, you want to prescribe the method, dictate the medicine, choose the channel. That is folly. Speak your word and then trust the great physician to administer it in his own way. My ways are ingenious. My methods are sure, says the Lord. You cannot see the 1,000 channels he holds in reserve. Your reasoning can imagine one or two, but infinite mind can open rivers in the desert. Make a way where there is no way. Send supply from the most unlikely corner. Therefore, when you say, God is my unfailing supply, and great sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways, let the decree stand naked and free. Do not clothe it in fear. Do not bind it with conditions. Do not insist that it come through this contract, this employer, this business, this person, this channel. If you do, you shrink the infinite to the size of your reasoning. But if you let it fly, it will return with wings laden, with good beyond your plan. For faith is not clinging, faith is releasing. Faith does not demand, faith commands and rests. Faith does not watch the horizon in fear. Faith knows the ship has already sailed and will dock in perfect time. So tonight, after you speak the sentence, close your eyes and say within, the way is prepared, the channel is chosen, the supply is secure. I rest in God's ingenious ways. I leave the cut of my coat to the tailor. I leave the plan to the planner. I leave the method to the law. My word is spoken. My harvest is sure. My abundance is here. Then sleep and let infinite mind complete the work. Now, beloved, we have walked together along the great path of truth. We have seen how words are seeds, how idle speech plants poverty, how deliberate decree summons supply. We have traced how toil alone is futile without the word, how fear is faith turned upside down, how intuition is the channel of miracles. We have uncovered the mystery of the night hour, the peril of negative bedtime thoughts, the glory of planting prosperity seeds as the soul drifts into slumber. We have watched together the stories of deliverance. The woman freed from her 3,000 debt at the final hour, the magic purse that turned 2,000 into 6,000, the tea room that overflowed with customers and gifts because its owner refused to bow to appearances. We have learned the formula of affirmations, vivid words that paint pictures, the safeguard of under grace in perfect ways, and the multiplying force of gratitude and praise. We have prepared the subconscious as holy ground, revealed the great sentence of supply, and then loosed it into the hands of infinite intelligence, refusing to dictate channels, trusting the ingenuity of God's ways. And now I ask you, will you only listen, nod, and forget, or will you rise and practice? For the law is not a theory to be admired. It is a word to be spoken, a seed to be planted, a decree to be released. You stand at the threshold of a new life. You may carry your old burdens into another night, rehearsing debts, replaying fears, clinging to toil, worshipping at the altar of appearances. Or you may cast them aside this very moment and speak the word that will open the treasury of heaven. It is in your mouth. It is in your heart. It is the wand in your hand. Speak and the law will obey. So let us close as we began with a word of power. Say it aloud wherever you are. Do not whisper it timidly. Speak it with command. God is my unfailing supply, and great sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways. Say it again. I thank God for my immediate and endless abundance. What is mine by divine right now flows to me in avalanches of supply under grace in perfect ways. Say it until your very bones believe it. Say it until your heart beats in rhythm with it. Say it until the walls of lack fall flat like Jericho at the trumpet's blast. For words and thoughts are a form of radioactivity, and once you shout your truth, the walls must crumble and your promised land must appear. Do not despise the day of small things. Do not mock your little purse, your small account, your limited channel. Bless it, praise it, call it the purse of spirit, and watch it multiply. Do not dictate the way, for infinite intelligence has ways and weapons you know not of. Trust in the mysterious, ingenious, unfailing methods of the law. Act rich, speak rich, live rich, and you will be rich. For your outer world will always take the shape of your inner word. And when you lie down tonight, remember your future is written by the sentence you speak before sleep. So speak boldly, cast your burdens on the Christ within and go free. Sow seeds of plenty and rise to harvest. For the law of the word cannot fail, and the wealth of heaven is waiting to pour into your life. And now, if you are ready to go further, if you are ready to learn the next great decree that multiplies every dollar you touch, then do not stop here. Go now to my next teaching. This one sentence multiplies every dollar you touch. In it, you will learn how to place the law of increase upon everything in your hand so that your money does not slip away, but grows, multiplies, and overflows. The harvest of words has only begun. Click now and let the river of abundance carry you further.